Alrighty, hello everyone. Hope you're all doing well. Welcome back to yet another Factorio stream. Got a lot of things that I want to get done today. Big day, big day. As you can probably see from the title of the stream, today is big spaceport time. This thing here has got to go because there's a few problems with it, but as we established at the end of the last stream, it's reached a point where we can't offload items out of the cargo landing pad quick enough, or at least efficiently enough. We have one station here for the Cal site. We have a bunch of stations here for science packs, but it's kind of slow. This is not going to get space science out fast enough to support the 1 million science per minute that we need. We need Cal site to be delivered and shipped around the place, especially to make all the science packs around here as well. We have foundries everywhere that need calcite. And then there's also the other problem where robots are moving in and out of the spaceport and traveling all the way across the world. And I kind of don't want that to happen. I think that's causing some logistical issues here and there. So I want to try and sort that out too. First things first though, these little bugs over here have been annoying the heck out of me for quite some time. Especially these guys here. You know, they've been coming around, munching on the cables, munching on these drills, which has been especially annoying. So, let's get rid of them. I'm going to tell this train, it's now your time. Go over to artillery site beta. He'll get a move on. He'll end up all the way over there and start shooting at things. In the meantime, we need to figure out what we're going to do for the new spaceport. Now, I have some ideas. The main big things that I'm going to be doing, though, is I want to use these legendary storage bays and these legendary pod bays from the various cargo bays mod. We used them previously on Thrusty McThrustface, and they worked really well. We got a lot of storage space out of that, and they kind of look nice as well. The other thing I want to do is I've been thinking about how to handle our logistics in a efficient manner. And I've come to the conclusion I want to use these things, legendary logistic robots. These things should be able to fly pretty fast, and they should be able to fly for quite a bit of extended time before needing to charge. So I'm thinking we can use a lot of those, but there's a problem. If we turn on the logistics network, we can see that the entire network is connected all the way across the map. And that means that those legendary drones are going to end up disappearing because they're going to be fulfilling tasks all over the place. And I don't want that. We don't want that. So my plan is to see if we can build a spaceport that is entirely 100% isolated from the rest of the factory. If we can achieve that, that'd be very good, because then we can have really fast, efficient unloading of items within the spaceport that then gets moved into trains, which then can ship items all the way across the factory. So that's the plan. We may leave the original spaceport or parts of it here just for the ability to ship items to the rockets, and then they can then fly up to satisfy logistic requests around the place. But for receiving items downwards, we're definitely going to be using a totally redesigned cargo landing pad, which means all of these stations have to go. These roboports will probably be able to go. This station here has to go. This one here has to go, and so forth. There's so much to get rid of. And I also want to move the captive biter spawners away and probably build them over here on this island somewhere, maybe. And I'm thinking this spot here is a nice little area to be able to build this thing. So that's what I'm planning. I've even got ourselves a bit of a plan down here for a concrete factory, because I've got a mod that gives us all these different concrete types. In fact, There's one more here, slow down concrete. I'm not necessarily looking to use the slowdown effects of this concrete, but I am looking to use its decorative effects, and that just instantly researched. So that's going to give us some options for decoration, because I do want to build a nice looking place. And I'm thinking, yeah, right in the middle here is probably going to be the big thing. I also want to get some grass going, some trees and all sorts of things. It's going to be fun. Oh, and the lag has started. Here we go. Finally going to clear these guys off the map, and then we don't have to think about them ever again. Look, these guys, they're sending a scouting party. Yeah, once that's all cleared, we should be all good to continue on with our journey. The other thing I wanted to solve as well is the night vision problem. It's getting kind of annoying how dark the night vision in this game actually is sometimes. So I found a solution. And that's this thing here, Night Vision Equipment Mark II, followed by Mark III. So if we research those both instantly, we can now make ourselves some of those. So I'm going to make legendary ones. We got legendary steel plate, legendary advanced circuits. Those are easy to get a hold of. We can grab one of those, and we can grab one of those. Just going to quickly assemble it, probably right here. Where is it? Where is it? Actually, I have legendary night. No, I don't. I have regular night vision. Okay, let's make a legendary night vision. Then pull those out. There we go. And then we can swap this over to the next one, which is Night Vision Mark II, which needs plastic and processing units. Should be easy to do. We got some processing units in here. And we got some plastic in here. Then we pull those out. There's a lot of rumbling happening. They're all going to be attacking the wall like crazy, but they're not going to be able to get in. Yeah, these guys might be heading straight down. If they are, we got a problem. I got to run over there. I got to run over there real quick. Defend the drills. There we go. Artillery shell range 17 has upgraded. That is awesome. Yeah, once we can get this spaceport online, then that solves a lot of our problems with moving forward with the whole science per minute goal. So that's going to be exciting. Because then that leaves us with the final two sciences that are obtained on Narvis, which is the utility and the military. Military should be simple enough, just a whole bunch of military equipment, and then the utility science should be simple enough once we return to building the whole electronics factory. Once we get that online, then everything should be good to go and easy to sort out. Did those? Yep, they're heading straight for the drills. Go, 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 go. You stay away from my bus. Oh my god, the frame. 10 FPS killing. Nice. Okay, sweet. So that's going to clear all that out. They should no longer bother us. In fact, that is a very large radius, but I think the artillery train's going to run out of ammo before it gets too far. How much ammo do we have in these things? 64. Yeah, these are going to run out. I made some additions, or I made some changes to the I made some changes to Site Manhattan. As you can see here, these are now legendary centrifuges everywhere, and they've been running so well that we're actually completely backed up. We're completely, totally backed up on good uranium. Like, look at these fat stacks. That is crazy. These are all absolutely filled up. That is awesome. We have so many nukes sitting on this belt, which are then sitting here on the on this belt, and then they're sitting here as atomic artillery shells. So we're real good there. We got plenty of circuits. Yeah, that's sorted. That's going to be ammo for days. It looks like the train is trying to figure out its next target, which will probably be these guys up here. Yep, there they go. Off they fire. Okay, while that's going, we can have a quick discussion. So I'm thinking the plan's going to look a little something like... Come on, game. Wow, that took a long time. Okay, here we go. So I'm thinking the plan is going to look a little something like this. We're going to have our spaceport. No, let's get a different color. The plan is this. We're going to have our big spaceport here. We're going to have a concrete factory down here. Although actually not there. We don't want the coal. Concrete factory is going to go here. That's going to be making concrete, and then we can use that to pave down the whole spaceport. Somewhere in the middle of the spaceport are going to be a whole bunch of rocket silos. And actually, I don't know how many rocket silos. The rocket silos here, if I drew that up, the rocket silos we currently have take about this much space. So it's possible we could do the rockets here, and then the cargo pads can maybe even go back here and take up like a big section there. So then that all fills in with cargo. And then we can maybe even do some launch pads or something like that. Oh, no, we can do some pod pads as well. Pods will probably, I don't know, we can... Oh. Probably even put the pods over here. Something like that. And then we need our trains to load and unload things. So trains will probably go over in this area somewhere, perhaps. Or even just tack on right there. But then I wanted to make sure that this thing looks nice. So on the outside, we are going to have a little bit of a perimeter. And then that perimeter is going to be layered with some nice hazard concrete, I think would look nice. And then I also want some tree lining along here as well. I think that'll look really, really pretty. But that's kind of the gist. That's the idea. Once we get that set up, we can have a play around with our decoration options. But then we need roboports. So if I grab... I'm running out of colors here. If we grab like roboports that stick around the place, that's probably going to be somewhat useful. We do need a cargo landing pad to be able to extract things out of. We could... yeah, I'm not sure if we're going to worry with belts coming out of this thing this time. I think we'll just be fine with the logistics bots. And then from here, we could probably set up some filters and then have chests here that then look at what we've got coming in, which will be calcite, tungsten, that sort of stuff. And then anything that's not something we want to deliver via trains, we can probably just move on over into another chest that then is connected to the main network with the other roboports. That's what I'm thinking is going to be the plan. So I can turn that off. Oh god, frame rate. That is terrible. Just how many have we killed? That is crazy. Okay, but that's awesome. How many bullets do we have left? Bullets. Why am I calling them bullets? Eh, we still got quite a bit. Another thing that we can solve is I've been thinking about these roboports, and it's come to my attention that this is a little bit ridiculous. Having this many roboports sitting around is a little bit silly, especially the fact that they all get used, and we could probably do with a few more. The main problem is they don't charge quick enough. You see here, even a legendary gives you max consumption of 5 megawatts. 5. With a robot recharge rate of 4 times 1.25 megawatts. If you took a look at where is it? The Mark II personal roboport, we get 9 times 2.5 megawatts. Why is it that our suit, which can handle so many of these in a little guy, can do so much more charging than what we have on offer here? So I thought, let's try this out. From the More Roboports mod, we have the Roboport Mark II, and we have the Roboport Mark III. There you go. Now these are a little bit exciting because if we take a quick look at the Mark III, the supply area is bigger and the construction area is bigger. We get 110 and 50, so it's 4 times the size. And we get 24 by 5 megawatts. Now that's an improvement. And the max consumption rate goes quite a bit higher. So I'm going to make a whole bunch of these in Legendary, and that's going to be driving our spaceport, because I want maximum throughput going on through here. So that's another thing we're going to solve. Are there any critters coming down here? No, there is not. Okay, that's good. And then we're just going to be carpet bombing those guys, so I can head on back at 10 FPS. Oh boy. Yeah, and then that's kind of really that's the whole agenda for today, which is exciting. So concrete factory, spaceport, the 2 big things. Yeah, I can't think of anything else that we really need to be doing today. Oh, and the captive biter spawners. If we get time at the end of today's stream, we can probably move the captive biter spawners, which will be good because then we can start thinking about how we're going to increase our productivity modules, or at least our legendary ones. There we go, the bots have collected. We're going to head down now and we're going to get these little modules and things that we're going to get our night vision sorted, and what's the other thing? Night vision and the roboport sorted, and then I need to collect everything I need to start making the concrete. Taking a look at the concrete. It's pretty simple to make. We just need to make the base concrete, which just needs stone bricks and iron ore. So we have those. And then we need, well, that's pretty much it. Then we can just start turning it into the other concrete types. We also need some steel and some iron sticks to be able to make the refined concrete. And then from there, it's just the same process. And some plastic could be used to make the slowdown ones, but that's just going to be, I think we can just hand deliver that. Yes. Yeah, I think that's the plan. That's a pretty solid plan. Got everything we need to do this. Yep. Got plenty of beacons. Oh, I got some wood actually, but I'll drop that off later when the frame rate's not as poor. Are we still sending? Oh, yep. We are still sending projectiles. That's crazy. Oh. That is insane. Okay, eventually that's going to kill these guys as well, which is good. That's what we want. Wow, this is such a slog. That is why your FPS was taking a hit. Yep, absolutely. FPS is in the gutter. Actually, it's the UPS that's in the gutter. Also, welcome Thoracic Meat 5 back to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Okay, there's our Mark II night vision, so we can grab that, switch this over to Mark III night vision now. Chuck that in. This needs low density structures. Easy. And it needs a legendary efficiency module 3, which unfortunately is not as simple unless I have one stored away somewhere. Don't think I do, so I need to find out how to make those. Oh, wait a minute. It's just... Oh, that's kind of easy. We can do that. If I grab one of these electromagnetic plants and we set it to make some of these. Drop these in. Yeah, it looks like we need some more circuits. All good here and you? Yeah, I'm pretty good. Refreshed after another day. Looking forward to be able to make all this cool new space stuff. Yeah, that is crazy. Making the spaceport noisier today. Oh yeah, we have some fun plans to do that. Okay, there's one. Oh god, I really shouldn't be doing this with this much lag. And then we need some more red circuits. Damn, it never used to be quite this laggy, I don't think. Did it? Maybe it always was. I can't remember it being this horrid. Then again, we are launching like 50 nukes per minute. No, I'd say that's more than 50 per minute. What would we call that? 200 per minute, probably. More than that. More! That should come across here and probably wipe out nearly the whole space here. Oh, they're sending their armies in. They're really not happy. Yep, you can see the dots disappearing on the map. That is awesome. A liberation volley, indeed. Budgie welcome to the stream. Welcome back. Hope you're doing well. Here we go, here we go. Gonna absolutely flashbang ourselves with this detonation. Oh. Bang. Bang. Get off my lawn. It's so overkill. UPS is at 7, we've dropped. Damn, these guys are lucky they didn't die. Yeah, but that's probably a healthy amount of destruction we've just caused, so I'm probably going to park it there and send the train back home. Hopefully that'll get us some frame rate back. It'll take a little while though. In the meantime, how's this going? Oh, we got some more modules. We can send those in. I think that's probably all we need. I set this up for some legendaries. Yep, we need some blues in there. We need these ones here, which are coming down slowly. We only need 4 of those, so hopefully we're going to be making enough of these things. No, we're not. Okay. Ooh, I do need more reds in here. At the same time, we need some legendary spoilage. Of course. Oh, wait a minute. We already had one in here. That's where they were hiding. Alright, in that case, we don't need to make those. I'll just leave them running for a little bit. We can chuck this into here. We can get our Mark III night vision. Which means I can pull this one out. You can see just how dark it was. So this is how dark the night vision originally was. And I was getting kind of annoyed because it's still kind of dark. It's not exactly pleasant to look at, especially for you guys. So if we grab the Mark III now and chuck this in, boom, bright as day. That is pretty cool. So now we can finally see what we're doing, which is awesome. So that's that solved. The next thing I want to do is set up the robo ports. So we're going to need legendary robo ports. So what I should do is set up another staging area for this. So we're going to have a legendary robo port followed by a legendary Mark II robo port followed by a legendary Mark III robo port. Thankfully they're cheap. If I was the mod developer, I would have made these quite a lot more expensive. But sure, we're at the part of the point of the game where cost is not exactly a factor anymore. We don't exactly care about how expensive things are anymore. We can afford basically everything. Here we get some red circuits there. I need some more blue circuits. And we need some gears, which we happily have not stored anywhere because we ran out. That's not fun. I'll just use these for now. Oh, hang on. I needed to set these to be legendary ones. Whoops. Legendary for maximum chargeage. There we go. That's going to go in. Then we can fuel this one and fill this one. So that's 2. Then that's going in there. What I might also do is start preparing some chest here. All the bigger stuff. Let me grab some legendary steel. Chuck that into here. We need gears, we need red circuits. Do I have a good stockpile? Ooh, that's a nice stockpile of legendary reds. Look at us, high rollers now. And I've got a nice little supply of legendary bulk inserters in here as well. Okay, how many does this... Oh, this takes 2. Takes 2 legendaries. Okay. That's fine. We can grab those, chuck them in here. How are the gears going? Enough to get started. Yeah. This is exciting. Okay, in the meantime, let's start thinking about that concrete factory, shall we? So we need to grab ores. So we can just grab our little legendary drills. So we go 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. turn this into a bus. Cool. And then we can copy that. Paste it around. We can probably afford a few more of these. Can't quite squeeze them in there. Can we shift this downwards? Don't think we can squeeze full set there. No, we can't. Okay, that's fine. We can just copy this over here. Probably something like that. That'll move snake upwards. Oh. Now this is where the unfun part comes in. I don't like that we can't make stone bricks in not foundries. But yeah, we're gonna have to do that here in furnaces. So get our good old furnace array. Actually, I might even be able to copy the furnace array from here. Yes, we can copy this. Oh, and then the night vision turns off. So we can copy this whole stack. Just plonk it there for now. Stone needs to come in through there. Actually, did I have it set up over here? Not quite, not quite. Okay. Stone, 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 rock and stone, rock and stone. Okay, here we go. So then we need a bus. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7? What are we doing with 7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, I guess we'll just do 7 then. Actually, no, we were able to split them, weren't we? So if we split that. Oh, here we go. 8. There were 8. Whoops. There we go. Skip that in. Slot that in. That slips across. And what I'm actually thinking is we can do a splitter here as well. And then this runs across and then runs through a tunnel underneath. Or, actually no, simpler. Even simpler. We just run that across. That plugs into here and then we just move, we offset the splitters slightly. Yep, that'll work. Nice, look at us being efficient. That way we only need 4 lanes. Which is awesome. Okay, how many lanes do we have coming out of these things? So we've got 4 there, 2 here. We got another one down here, so that's 7. And then we got another one here. And then another one here. That's 10. This is way overkill for the amount of concrete we actually need. That's 5 plus 7 is 12. Yeah, we only need 4, so I'm just going to send this up into here. There we go, sweet. The rest of it can just sit idle. So then that's going to be our furnaces. These are legendaries. Yep, they're legendaries. Then the stone bricks come down, and then they need to be turned into concrete along with the iron. So the concrete itself, I reckon, can probably go over here. Yep. Which is, again, done in assembly machines, annoyingly. So we have assembly machine. He needs to make concrete, which needs iron ore and water and the stone bricks. So the water is the annoying part here. Let's try and sort this out. So we got our stone bricks, which need to come through in quite a quantity. So they'll get their own belt, I reckon. Something like that. And then we can do an extraction, which will end up on a belt. Pipe for water. This will probably join up onto a bus here. There we go, that's going to be a bus. Stone bricks inputs, and then we have iron ore input. That's going to form the concrete, nice, and then we can just copy that a whole bunch of times, I reckon. Yeah, something like that. No need for beacons, I don't think. And then this forms the main bus for our concrete. Awesome. And then the water needs to just run up and pick up from probably an offshore pump, which we can afford a legendary, so we'll do legendary. Sweet. Oh. What are you doing down there, buddy? Oh, wait. Okay, so the train is stuck in a traffic jam. And he thought, well, if I'm not going to be able to do anything here, I might as well start firing. That is actually hilarious. Why are you blocked? What happened here? Oh, okay, okay. I need to make some changes there. We've got a little bit of a train jam here. I block that off. That's now one piece, so it should be one piece. And we can use a chain signal to fix this up and to fix that up. So only one train can enter this block now. Then what? Oh, well, okay, he needs to then come through here. You're stuck. I can probably separate that. Oh god. Where are you headed? He's headed down over there. Okay, so if we can split this somehow. No, we can't. Oh god. Oh jeez. Yeah, this is not a very good intersection, is it? Well, soon we can get rid of it. That is one advantage we have of this new project. I might just have to remotely drive you. There we go, that should sort that out. Train then comes down. Sweet. Yeah, I probably should get rid of this as well. Turn these into chain signals. There we go. Intersection solved. Cool, okay, so then the next thing is... we should probably grab those furnaces and we can get to building that concrete factory. Actually, I've got the furnaces. I've got the legendary pumps. Okay, we might have everything we need. I might grab some regular bulks, some tunnels, and some splitters. Oh, we might actually have just about everything we need. Is there anything else I'm missing? Okay, let's maybe keep planning out a little bit more. So we need some iron. Yep, iron needs to come out over here. It's probably way more iron than we'll ever need. That plugs in there, that plugs in there. Cool. Then we can just bring this across and run a tunnel that goes underneath the track. Like that. Who are we shooting at now? Oh, the train's over there. No, 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 go home, go home. Jeez. He's an eager one. He likes going around shooting things. I gotta keep an eye on him. I gotta keep an eye on him so he doesn't start shooting things. Because I think we're done with the shooting for today. Okay, so iron ore needs to end up on this belt. We could probably just run this one upwards, actually. Cool. And then we need to turn that into better concrete, which is in here. So we need steel plates, iron sticks. That should be easy to do. You need to first melt the iron ore. Where can we do that? Actually, we had our new melting design here, didn't we? Yeah, I did some tweaks from the last stream. So what we had a bit of a problem here. I accidentally placed these double layered beacons, so I had to make some tweaks, and now I've condensed it into here. But if we just grabbed, say, one of these, I also swapped out the substations for legendary wooden poles, and that's made the whole design a lot more compact. I'm really happy with how that's turned out. So we can just grab this, and probably right here even we can just do a quick little something like that. I can jump across, that can form this. This can form that. There we go. Then we need calcite. Oh boy, our good friend calcite is required once again. So I'll probably need... Which way do these go again? The head's westbound. We need an eastbound. No, I suppose I could do a westbound. So I pull this out into a station. And then bring it back in. I have a plan to change up all of these calcite trains that we're shipping around everywhere. I want to change them, at least I want to have 2 different sizes of train. I want to have a standard 3 carriage, then I want a 4 carriage, or maybe even a 5 carriage for the big heavy duty tasks. But then come to think of it, we don't exactly have that much demand for calcite. It's kind of like you just need it placed and then that's kind of it, it's done. I'm still not sure how much of it we need to be setting up. Do I have enough? Oh, I probably need to get some more legendary poles. Do we have any in here? Oh, look at that. We have poles. Isn't coming prepared great? Wait, how's everyone doing? Everyone having a good time? Anyone playing Factorio right now? Anyone doing any cool factory stuff? There we go. Plonk all you down. I need to get a few other pieces as well. Plonk all these down. Plonk all you down. Man, having frame rate back is such a nice feeling. Having frame rate is like the gamer equivalent of I can feel my legs. And then we need some rails as well. Ooh, need a lot of parts. Need some more legendary drills. We need some legendary foundries. Okay, gotcha. And some pipes and some long-handed. Just everything. We need everything. Righty, here we go. So, drills, check. Foundries, check. What else do we need? We need pipes, we need long arm inserters. Assembly machines, I don't think we need too many of those. Furnaces, we have furnaces. We need some bulk inserters, and I need to get some long arm inserters. Research productivity is coming through, but it's slowing down. Oh no. We need some steel poles. Actually, we should have some in here that I should be using instead. Yeah, whoops. That's all good. We need substations would be fine. Big poles probably be fine. Long arm inserters. There we go. Grab a few of those. We can head back down. I did see a mod as well that adds quality tier effects to the concrete, which could be interesting to play with, but I'm not exactly sure that we need it. I kind of like just being able to run around with the exoskeletons and not have to worry about different changes to speed. Oh, stack inserters we missed. Right, okay. We need stack inserters. I'll go back and get those later. That's all plugged in. That's ready to go. We just need to plug these in. Hook them up to power. Here we go. Don't have to be exactly perfect with this placement, since it's just wood and copper. And copper and wood are really cheap. Nice. That's going to fill all this up nice, and then we can plug these in. Yeah, there we go. So that's going to give us the stack inserters, and then we need to bring them across to here. Ah, actually, we need to power this first. There we go, copper ore melting, then we need the calcite for that. Pipes, I forgot to grab pipes. Yep, forgot to grab a lot of pipes. Okay, we can plug all these in. That's some really good range on those poles. Iron's going to come up there. Actually, yeah, we need to power the iron now. Where's the nearest pole? Probably over here. We'll grab the poles from this area. And we can just plug them all in. There we go, more iron than we'll ever need for concrete. So then that comes up there. So we need rails, we need pipes, we need the modules. And we need stack inserters. Quickly go grab those now. And then once that's going, we can start plotting out the spaceport. Hey, stack inserters. I'll grab some of those. What else do we need? Pipes and rails. Rails, I think we could actually just snag a couple from here. There we go, there's some rails. Take some of those. We can grab pipes from here. That'll do. And back we go. We are... Got to grab the modules, but honestly we don't really need the modules. Yes, and then how many of these? We have 4 lanes to the bus here. So that plugs in there. That plugs in there. That plugs in there. And lastly, but not least, that plugs in there. There we go. There's our 4-lane bus. And we can jump this underneath. Look at that. Sweet. Okay, so foundries are turning iron into molten iron, and then that needs to head off into the abyss. Yeah, okay, so that comes out here, and then we can plug that together. And we need to make iron rods. Did I have a little thing in my blueprint world? Not exactly. We could do some wacky setup like this, I suppose, but I don't think we need it. Yeah, okay. I can just grab from our blueprint book the existing foundry block. Yep, that's the casting block. Where are we? Why are we so far out? Here we go, concrete factory. So we need steel. And we need iron. Iron rods. Steel. Iron rods. There we go. We're out of belts, and I just realized this is around the wrong way. So let's flip that around. Boom. I love robots. Robots are so useful. And then that plugs in like that. And then we should be pretty much good to go. Need to get these last few pieces and power all that up. We definitely need the modules for this. We can do a belt balancer. Yeah, we can do a 6-lane belt balancer. and then just output into 1. Just for the time being, anyway. Then we need to figure out what we're going to do with the rest of the concrete. We could just copy... Or no, we can't. Yes, we can. We can copy this. Flip it around. And then instead we can change this recipe out for the good concrete. Which is in here. Going to be a slightly different recipe though. We need several of these items. What's the ratio like? Ooh, 20 concrete and then steel plates and iron sticks. Okay. Steel plates and iron sticks can join up on the same belt. Just bring these up here like that. Bring you up like that. This is really messy, but this will do. That can use the slow long arm inserter just to grab those, and then in bulk we need to grab the concrete. This needs to split for a couple of reasons, but we'll split it there. Actually, maybe I'll split it here. That can run that way. This can run further down. We can do a little tunnel, and boom. That's all that's set up to go. This maybe could head back down as well. And I realized we probably need our fish filters on all of these. Whoa, I didn't even know you could do that. Huh. Okay, there we go. That's all those set up and ready to go. Go grab those belts. And those modules. Belts and modules. And before I forget... Well, I have forgotten. Oh, this guy's just gonna chill here. Okay, that's... fine. Damn, it would be nice if you could whitelist or blacklist which track sections trains couldn't go through, because this guy's just gonna sit here now and wait forever because of this train here. Ugh. Oh no. Okay, maybe we just park him there. For the time being, he can just chill. Let's grab some more belts. We need some speed modules. I don't know how many of those we need, so I'll just grab the full chest. And then we need some of those productivity modules. Anything else we needed? Oh, substations. Regular substations. I don't have any in storage here. Although I do have some in this box here. There we go. And of course, we've got our little bug here. The bots are not going to place the modules in. Okay, fun. Now let's get this delivered over. Plug you in there like that. Sweet. So that's going to run through there, and they should start making concrete. Ooh, look at that. We have concrete. Okay, so now we just need that calcite. So let's build this up here, and then I can build a little train stop. I hope that train stop's big enough. Oh, somebody died. A lot of dying. Oh! Fun. Oh, look at those salvos. As you said, a liberation volley. We're sending more. That is really cool. That never gets old. Except when the frame rate hits 0. Now we need some regular steel chests for that, and then we can send these out into a bus. Something like that. We can do a quick little bus balancer. Oh, okay, so that's calcite coming through. Funnily enough, we only actually need one bit of calcite, so I went way overboard with this. Like, that doesn't even line up correctly. Hang on. There we go. Cool. Okay, so that's going to feed us calcite, which we can then use to make all this fun stuff. Let's throw these modules in manually because our robots won't do it for us. Oh, now they're gonna do it. Okay. What is up with that? Lazy ass bots. Get to work. Crack out the whip. Okay, that should be all that sorted. Now we're just waiting for the calcite. So if I set up this station here. Selective hearing bots, yeah. That's exactly it. I don't know what it is. It might be something to do with the fact that... oh god, that frame rate. How many are you going for? Oh god. This guy is trigger happy. Yeah, the bot problem might have something to do with this thing. And the fact that we have so many modules in there, or it could just, yeah, we have so many ghost tiles for modules, or it could just be the fact that it's just a really big map now. I'm not exactly sure what's causing that issue, but it's rather annoying. Yep, that is going to be tanking our frame rate for a little while. Also, welcome the only star to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good day or evening. Okay, yeah, we need to set this up to be the boundary. I can't search. the foundry. Done. Trains with this stop. Yep, okay, so these one of these trains is going to pick up this order now and ship over to there. Now we just need to grab some steel chests so we can... words. We need to grab some steel chests so we can fulfill the buffer. And we can make our way back at 10 FPS. 15, not as bad. Like once you get down below 30 FPS, it starts becoming more and more difficult to discern just what is the frame rate. You get to a point where it's no longer frame rate. It has no more meaning at that small scale. What was I looking for? Steel chests. I think we just use regular steel for that. Yep, 50 will do. God, that frame rate is terrible. How many more are you guys gonna kill? God, quite a bit. They just need to detonate until it gets out of the range. Yeah, that's gonna take out this row. He might be there for a while, yeah. He's gotta take out this chunk and then that's out of... everything else is out of range from that point. One day we will no longer have to look at another biter again. That day might be a very large autosave though. But we're doing pretty well, we're clearing it all out. Yeah, then we're gonna have to get back to the big electronics factory soon as well. I actually had some interesting... I could use more. Well, we've been unleashing it over here at Site Umbra for a bit. Yeah, we parked it at Site Umbra, which knocked out a whole bunch here, and then I moved it to Site Beta, which then knocked out all of that. So that was pretty good. This is not an artillery site. This is called a traffic jam, and he's just decided to start firing anyway. Okay, cool. Our steel chests are done. We can go place those down. Welcome, Curzon, back to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Hope you are having a good day or evening. Good job, you only have one traffic jam. I mean, they show up from time to time. In fact, if I turn everything off... We tend to get a lot of congestion down in this area, only because we have 9 calcite trains trying to get through to this station. It's been pretty bad occasionally though. We've had traffic jams all over the place. We've had traffic jams in here, we've had traffic jams here, jams in here, and jams there, and some in here. Yeah, it's been pretty wild and messy. But I think I've solved it all now. Except for obviously that new area, which again, I wish we could blacklist which train... I wish we could blacklist which rail segments trains were allowed to pass through. Or, you know, just do the City Skylines route and place a toll booth in, and then they avoid it in the pathfinding. And the T-junctions were pretty bad for them. It's a shame because T-junctions just... Okay, I've got a Y junction here, but T-junctions just looks nice. It's aesthetic, but the problem is you can't quite... it's very awkward to try and fit train signals in the middle of them, so you have to treat the whole block as one thing. The biggest problem I think that I had with my train jams is the fact that I had... where is it? Over here. I have these really short segments that are shorter than the lengths of some of these trains, so they end up parking on 2 segments and gridlocking the whole thing. I could probably get rid of this section here. It is an artillery site, but it's a bit of a redundant one now. Especially since we've expanded quite a bit far out. And I'm just using roundabouts everywhere. I gotta figure out how to build roundabouts. I do want to do a train roundabout at some point. We built this cloverleaf quite some time ago. I think it was a couple weeks ago. This works really nicely and looks really aesthetic, so I'm pretty proud of how that turned out. I could probably spam a few more around, but they take up so much space. Look at it. It's the size of a small factory. It's ridiculous. This needs to be powered. And then we need to connect that up to a power pole thingo. And then that connects there. Cool. That's all powered. So now we're just waiting for a train to arrive. Do we have... I've noticed the other day is these station names will actually turn blue if they have a train heading for them. We have if we look over here, the foundry here... Wait, no, hang on, that's blue. And there is no train heading for him. Hang on a minute. Have I got it around the wrong way? Train's on the way 0. Surely somebody's headed to this station. What's a few more million biter kills for one more cloverleaf junction? Maybe it's blue if they left. Oh, true. Actually, you know what? Let's quickly look this up. Factorio train station name blue. Okay, apparently there's red colors as well. White means all stations with that name are available for a train. Blue is some stations are available. Red is none. Oh. And by available, they can currently pass there. Okay, so basically what it means is... Blue means some of these stations are occupied. Maybe. Oh, but this one... Wait a minute. Wait a minute. No! Come on! You bastard! He's just passing by. God damn it. Oh, that's so annoying. Now we should probably train signal this up at some point. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna train signal this up. Train signal, rail signal, that's the term. Cool, that's ready to go. Oh, you want this up and running already? Gonna have to wait. This is so annoying. You little bastard. Okay, how many trains do we have though? We should... It's ridiculous. We have... Hang on, where is it? Stations, trains... Yeah, here we go. We have so many of them. We have 8 calcite trains. And not one of them is fulfilling the exact order that we're asking for. Doesn't help that we have so many calcite depots, but they should at least decide to come around eventually, right? Okay, for the time being, I might just go and manually insert some. Oh, frame rate's starting to come back. I think we're done firing. Yep, it's slowly climbing back up. Almost 30. Now, where's the calcite? Should be able to just grab a few of these chests. There we go. Two chests should do. Should last us quite a long time for the calcite factory. Not the calcite factory. What am I saying? The concrete factory. And here we go. I can dump these into the chests. Calcite in you. Calcite in you. Calcite in you. Calcite in you. And calcite in you. There we go. Yeah, that's crazy. 5. Yeah, that's cool. So 2 legendary steel chests is worth 5 normal steel chests. That's pretty nice. And then I'll come up here, we'll start making all that stuff. That'll make this stuff, which will then come into here and make us refined concrete. Which can then jump down here and pop into storage. How do I want to arrange storage? I'll just do a set of 3. We're going to split that. That's going to go into there. The rest of that can come down and make the other types of concrete. Yeah, what's the storage of a chest versus a train car? Train wagon is 40 versus 48. So for some reason, a 1-tile steel chest is better than a 12-tile cargo wagon. However, with mods, we've got some better ones. Like the Mark IV cargo wagon, which has 320 storage size. Which, hang on, what is 12? If we did 12 tiles times 48, that's 576. So that's still worse than... Actually, yeah, that's still worse than 12 regular steel chests. But then with quality, that goes up to 800, which is better. So that's pretty cool. Can we do a legendary car? We could do tool belt equipment on a legendary car, and that might give us some storage space. As cursed as that is. Okay, so then how many types of concrete do we have access to? What? How the heck did a biter make his way down there? You bastard. I hope those are regular. Nope, those are not regular beacons. Those are legendary beacons. That is a pain in the ass. Where are you? Where are you, you little bastard? Get out of here. God, that's so annoying. How did he actually make his way down? He must have... God damn, he must have come from up here, snuck all the way down, either onto this pipeline, or he snuck onto this pipeline here, and then worked all his way down. Maybe then snaked around there? Well, I don't understand. That is a trek. That is dedication right there. That's crazy. The only thing the train car really gets is it can be loaded and unloaded far faster than a chest. Yeah, you're right. Because of the extra access points. Which does beg the question, should we think about using train cars with this new spaceport? We absolutely could afford it. What do these things require? They're just a bunch of circuits. We can afford that. That's pretty easy to do. Okay, so how many concrete types do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 different concrete types that we can play with. This one, 2x2 size chest. Yeah, well, cars. Tanks. There you go. Cars and tanks are your solution. And apparently I've heard they can be moved on belts, so that's a bonus. You can have a conveyor belt of big chests moving around. It sounds so cursed. Yeah, there we go. So then this is going to move into here. Start turning into the other concrete types. Which I don't think we need a horrible amount of. So I'll just do that for now. Play around with that in the editor. Yeah, it could be interesting. Isn't a conveyor belt or chest moving around just a train though? Good point. Actually, yeah, that comes to remind me. Actually, that begs the question. A car running on a conveyor belt wouldn't go through a splitter on both sides, would it? One way to find out, but I don't think it would. I think it would just push through on the side that it's on. That would be funny to try. Okay, so that's going to be making concrete. We can probably throw down some speed modules. I'll do legendaries. Okay, never mind. We won't do legendaries. That was too much. Holy moly. There we go. They could request items with a roboport. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. So you have a tank with roboports on it requesting certain items, and then that tank is then moving. So it's a mobile roboport requesting logistics items. I hear the conveyor belts crying after that. Wait, hang on. We might be big braining this. Okay, we gotta try this. Funnily enough, I actually have a tank right on me right now. Oh. Okay, now you guys want to work. So if we chuck a tank here, and then we had a splitter. No, he just goes through it. That's pretty funny. But then, we had one of these. If I grab... I don't have a rubber port on me. Okay, we'll test that out real quick when we do the spaceport, which will be just in a moment. Why are these not... Oh, we don't have water. Okay, speed that up. That'll come through here. There we go, so that's going to be that concrete. Then we need another splitter to do the same thing that we did over here, but on this side. There we go. I'm going to do something like that with a tank rubber port with repair kits and walls and some other stuff for perimeter repairs. Hang on a minute. No, there's a better idea. Okay, hang on. How's this for an idea, right? Tank. Why are you requesting that? Tank, reactor, roboport, storage, request repair kits, but then lasers. So then you have a wall of conveyor belts of tanks with repair kits and maybe even shields firing lasers, and then you don't need your walls anymore because you just have a moving wall of tank lasers and shields. Especially if you legendary one of these things up. Legendary one of these would be 13 by 11. So, ooh. There you go. There's an idea. That's pretty funny, actually. Someone's got to try that. Here we go. Different concrete types in here. There we go. I think the laser range would be super short compared to the turrets. You'd be surprised, actually. Turrets. Turret range is 24. Laser range is 15. But you could still legendary the lasers. If you wanted to. You could do Spidertrons if you're able to just set a continuous loop. Yeah, you could do that as well. There's so many things you could try. Ah, we're not making enough concrete. Okay, no, we are making enough concrete. It's just going nowhere. Okay, cool. That'll merge. Heck yeah. Let's try these concretes out, shall we? We have our hazard concretes, our operations concrete, radiation concrete, and safety concrete. So, concrete. That's what concrete looks like. We're all familiar with that. Hazard concrete. We're familiar with how that looks. And then how that mixes with the other tiers of concrete is also pretty cool, pretty neat. That looks nice. You can kind of make a little road with some curbs with hazard markings on that. Spiders get heat-seeking rockets. Yeah, true. Oh, but you have to ammo them up, though. Yeah, you could set roboports on them, probably, to fill them up, maybe? Okay, and then we get some different concrete types now. We have operations concrete. Ooh, that kind of looks nice. It's getting dark out. Let's put some lights down. We can turn off the night vision, turn this to always on. Okay, that looks kind of nice. And then we have some other types of concrete as well. We got the radiation concrete, which we could put in like a hazardous zone. And then we've got safety concrete, which you'd probably use for like parking areas, right? You could designate parking areas. We could decorate it a little bit and put some tanks and trains and cars and things in there. I think that would look nice. Yeah. All right, so with that in mind, let's start planning out ourselves a bit of a spaceport. I'm going to head back up to our old spaceport and grab some materials. I have been working a little bit on what we're going to use for the spaceport. In particular, if I can find it. Legendary rocket silos. I think it's finally time that we go high roller, we go baller, and we do some legendary rocket silos. And we should still be able to craft some more, except I just ran out of pipes. We can grab those and chuck them in. Like that. We can make a whole bunch of these silos. Now, I wanted to do a little bit of a different design compared to what we've been doing so far. Right now, we've got a little bit of this grid pattern where we've got rocket silos. Let me turn the night vision back on. We've got rocket silos and then beacons, and then a bunch of requester chests for the components. However, almost as if you knew I was going to say you needed a few more. Yeah. However, we need... Well, we don't need, but we should try and go for a little bit more of an elegant design. So if we hop into our little blueprint world and build some of these things in here for demonstration, I want to try and compact this a little bit more. Ideally, we would have had, you know, a setup where it's just solid, thick rockets. The problem, though, is that these can't receive... Okay, apparently we have to tell them to craft. Interesting. We can't tell them to receive all these rocket part items remotely via Roboport, or at least I don't think we can. Let me have a quick look. We have Roboport, and then we have some chests. Can we do some infinity chests? We set this up for our parts. We have processing units. We have rocket fuel. We have whatever that is. Low density structures. Just do some legendaries of these. And then we can grab ourselves some drones. Yeah, okay, so the problem is logistics requests can't insert rocket parts directly into rocket silos, which is really annoying. So what we'd have to settle for is something a bit more like this, where we grab a requester chest, probably do one in each corner like this. Yep, something like that. And then these would request, you know, 100 of these and 100 of those and 100 rocket fuel. Which then gets inserted. Something like that. That crafts pretty quickly. We could throw some productivity modules into there. We can chuck some purple ones in. I think we can expense purples. And then we do the whole legendary beacon array around that. With maybe some... we'll probably just do regular speed modules. I don't think we need to go crazy with this. Because as you can see, that crafts really quickly. In fact, it crafts faster than we ever actually need to. And then we can power that, obviously, with some legendary poles. So for some reason, these aren't connecting. That's weird. Oh yeah, we connect it up like that. Oh, actually, I don't like how that looks. Okay, maybe we get rid of those poles and we just take the corners out and do some substations instead. Do we need to do legendary substations? Yeah, let's do legendaries. Okay, there we go. So if that's our block, we can copy that. Wait, I've messed this up. Whoops. Oh, hang on. There we go, that's better. No, wait, hang on, I've messed this up. There we go, that's better. No, wait, I've messed this up. Okay, that... No, wait, hang on. Am I tripping? That's better. Yeah, that's how it's supposed to look, I think. Because then if we copy this... We copy this and rotate it. Yeah, it's all the same. So then if we flip this... Then we get ourselves a bit of an array going. Yep, I like this. Then if we grab this and flip it vertically again. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So then we can copy that there and we can copy it over here and we can copy it there. And that's a big, nice spaceport. That's a big rocket pad. I'm not sure if we're going to need any more rockets than that. Yeah, I think that's all we're going to need, so that's cool. Yeah, okay, so the next challenge is making sure that the rockets stay isolated from the cargo pads in terms of the logistics network. So if we copy all this and just quickly run back to Navis and paste it down, it's roughly the same size as what we had before. I don't know if we need to go bigger or not, but if we, say, paste it down here, that's going to be our new rocket pad. Then we need a massive amount of storage space and a cargo landing pad. Oh my goodness. What are you guys attacking now? We need a big cargo landing pad. So the challenge here is going to be isolating the networks from each other so that the legendary logistic bots don't end up running free and wild all over the whole factory. How are these guys even getting in anyway? Coming from there, I need to extend the wall. It is annoying. Just drop a few nukes. Just a few. That might send the message. Oh wait, they got a base right here. Where did you come from? Jeez. I should probably get rid of that as well. Nice. Nukes are coming along. Okay, yeah, so we have these over here in this little old spaceport we have. I've got these pod bays, these legendary pod bays, and I've got legendary storage bays. They're good. They're specialized bays, good for doing their respective tasks. So if we grab some of those and run over here and build a bunch of them, we need to place down a cargo landing pad. Do we want to bother with making that legendary? Probably not. Message delivered. Yeah. Payload received. That'll teach him. Probably not. Hopefully buys us a little bit of time though. Yeah, that gets them out of the pollution range. That's good. That's good. Cool. Right, back to where we were. So I need a cargo landing pad, which is this thing here. And annoyingly, we can only build one per surface, so I can't do a ghost one to test. That's really annoying. But basically the idea is we could have a whole array of these things going, which will give us plenty of storage space. How should we make this look aesthetic though? We can copy this, paste it into there. That's kind of symmetrical. But I think that's going to be too close. If we grab a legendary Mark III Roboport, yeah, that's going to be too close. Hey, thanks for the subscription. Thank you very much. Poggers, big poggers. Thank you, thank you. I just realized something. This range needs to be on the train station side. We need 2 sets of trains. Okay, let's bring this back up. Let's line this up a little bit. Okay, so we need... Oh, hang on. So that's the concrete factory here. So we need some sort of train loading system. We've got our main trains here. The items that we need to transport include science packs. Yeah, we need the space science packs. The big one is the calcite, if we're going to be munching on that in quite some big quantities. Fusion cells come down as well. Yeah, that's pretty much it. The things that we need to ship upwards are going to be beta eggs and a bunch of other miscellaneous things. We still need to send fusion cells back up for the other ships, and we need to send some nuclear cells up for some other ships. Legendary ores need to come down, and then they need to be deposited. Ooh. Okay, now I know how we can do this. So, looking at our throughput rates, we have Logistic Jones, Indiana Jones, yep, okay. Evening, hello Capex, how do I say your name? I haven't actually asked that before. We have logistic bottlenecks with the drones and with the inserters, or the belts rather. So the main problem with the old spaceport is we couldn't extract. Oh my god, that's a tiny pen. We couldn't extract items using inserters and belts fast enough. Can't be fixed, best scrap everything and start over. Because there are just so many items and there's only a limited number of ports that you can extract out of with the cargo landing pad. However, bots can solve that problem, and very well, but I don't want bots to be traveling too far. Yep, I had to add more characters. Okay. Good to know, good to know. So one thing we can do though is at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how fast we move the items with logistics drones. At the end of the day, there is still a maximum speed that the inserters can move stuff from the chests into the trains. So it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. We could move items from drones over into chests, and then those chests can have inserters pulling out of them and moving them out of the logistics network into the next logistics network that can then move stuff over into the trains or into wherever they need to go. Yeah, that might work. So we are still going to need some buses. We need to decide what those buses are going to be, which will be interesting. More lube next time. What? What do you mean more lube? Are you telling me the legendary lube barrels weren't enough for you? Where even are they anyway? Ah, they were over here, weren't they? You telling me your legendary lube barrels weren't enough? Trying to keep Logi Network separate? Yes. I want to make use of legendary logistics bots, if I can find where the heck they are. I want to make use of a lot of legendary logistics bots to be able to mass ship calcite and other items out of the spaceport. But I want to keep them from running astray and just delivering items all across the network like these guys are. I want to try and eliminate that. They're good, but it's never enough. It'd be nice if legendary barrels could actually store more liquids. That would be an interesting use of... What are you doing? Oh, he's picking up fish. Oh, that's nice. How thoughtful. He picked up a fish for us. So I'm going to quickly go and grab the parts that we need. And then at some point I'm going to have to disconnect this thing. Actually, you know what? I'm going to blueprint this thing and shove that into my hotbar. And I think it's time we make a save. What am I going to call this? Spaceport. Didn't see how purple turned out the other night for sleep. Did you get it all set up? I kind of did. So we got this far. Kind of started making a bit of an electronics thing. We fixed a lot of the bottlenecks, but at the end of the day, we still aren't preparing enough circuits to make enough productivity modules, but we are ending up with some nice thick stacked belts. Not enough belts, but it's still pretty good. Problem now at the moment is I haven't turned on the Giga Lab, but it's all ready to go. The belts are all filled up. We could actually check that out right now. If I throw steel plate productivity onto the pile, we can see what that does, but that should get all of the labs running. Except this row of labs is not running. Why are you... What happened to you? Oh, we missed a belt. Okay, yeah. Slight detour, let's go fix that up. That might give us a few extra science per minute. But it worked really well. Well enough that we were able to push mining productivity from, I think it was 30 or 40, all the way up to 133 in a considerable amount of time, which is really exciting. In fact, I can just keep chucking that on, and that really costs nothing. Like, that's a few seconds, and all of a sudden it's complete. Just like that. Which is awesome. But yeah, we still need to increase production rates because that does deplete. The science packs do deplete, just like my frame rate right now. But before we can do that, what ended up happening is I ran out of circuits. We need to make a lot of circuits, and in preparation for the yellow science, we need flying robot frames, which again need a lot of circuits. Electronic circuits, we need the electric engines, they need circuits. Circuits. So I started working on that whole electronic factory thing. I'm glad the circuit builders that got designed made a difference. It definitely is going to help quite a lot. I haven't got it online yet, but it's going to be huge. And then we ended up with a... I finally found a way to make use of the 128 bus balancer. Holy UPS dip. Oh, it's crazy. You zoom out and it's gone. Absolutely insane. That alone. Okay, we can see a discrepancy. We got 30 UPS and then we got 20 FPS, which is so dumb. There we go, that's going to come through. That'll fill up. Oh wait, we got some speed modules going in now. Awesome. That's really cool. Okay. What's that balancer going to be for? It's just a fail-safe really in case any of these go offline and can't supply enough circuits, but also it's kind of for the memes. But eventually they'll come out here and I'll just build a bunch of train stations that can pick up a mass amount of circuits, ship them around and deliver them probably over to here. And then that way we can just get rid of all this, probably, and then just replace that with assembly lines purely for the science packs and the productivity modules and things like that. Saves us a little bit of space, I think, especially since we discovered that this design is not very efficient considering that the new design in here that we designed the other day is so much better. That was really cool. I'm really happy we did that. And I'll probably, for the memes, do another balancer as well. Another 128 balancer for the rails, because we need a crazy amount of rails. This is backed up at the moment only because I let it back up, but once that gets going, that just empties out like, whoa. It's boom, gone. It's just gone instantly. I need to sort out the fluoroketone. We don't actually have enough fluoroketone in this network. But it is still preparing power. They hadn't placed the new designs yet. No, I hadn't got around to finishing that. I actually realized I made some mistakes here with the beacons, so I had to move them around. And basically I turned this into this, which is a lot more compact. And then to get all of this online, I need to first place all of it, which is going to be a ton of work. But I realized the first problem is we needed calcite to be able to deliver into here to turn it into molten copper and molten iron. And the calcite train network at the moment is really stretched thin because it's all trying to come out of this one station here. So that's why I'm trying to build a new spaceport to be able to deliver the ridiculous 500,000 calcite that this ship up here tends to collect. But yeah, that's going to be crazy. Enough about the past. You got a spaceport to build. Indeed, we got work to do. A Giga-Space port to supply Giga calcite, to supply the Giga factories, to supply the Giga labs. With the Giga trains and the Giga network. Everything's Giga at this point. We've even got ourselves a Giga ore deposit. It'll be crazy once we get to tap into that. But then yeah, I was explaining at towards the end of the last stream, I think we're going to run into a problem pretty soon where the UPS overall of the whole save file is just going to be too low to actually be pleasant to play with. So once this gets sorted out, I think it's going to be too painful to try and push for the whole science per minute push for all the space sciences, because that's just more planets that we have to do work on. I'm going to dump iron. I'm going to dump the legendary ores into here real quick. Because what I'm going to do now is remove... Oh god, there's so much. I'm going to remove the cargo landing pad, because I think it's time that we relocate it, which is going to bring the whole factory to its knees. Actually, what I should do is turn off everything. Here we go. Yeah, this is going to really hurt. 07s to our inventories, chat. Oh boy. Let's just pick everything up here. I don't even know why we're carrying quantum processors down here. That's a little weird. Okay, not milk jars, orange juice bottles. Cryogenics, Pepsi bottles, fusion cells. Okay, that's everything. Boom. You are now defunct. Never thought... I remember so many months ago when I started this playthrough, I never thought we would get this crazy far. This has certainly been a journey. Okay, cargo landing pad's ready to go. Actually, you know what? No, let's go balls to the walls. Let's go baller with this and make a legendary cargo pad. Let's make one of those. Just because. Some blue circuits, and we need some concrete. Need some more concrete. Cool. Legendary cargo pad acquired. And put the old one in a museum. Okay, and then I need some landfill. Pick up some landfill from over here. 24,000 should do. Where was this thing? Oh, just over there. Cool. Okay. It's more like it. And legendary bays. Oh yeah, we got them legendaries. Build my minions. Get to work. Okay, so what's the best way to separate these out? If the Roboport network for here is on this side. How are you doing today? Thanks for the stream. Love watching you grow the factory. Takes the edge off the day. Yeah, I'm glad you enjoy it. Glad you're getting a lot out of it. I'm doing good. Just getting ready to build the big spaceport. A big new one. Should I have the landing pad on this side, or should I have it on this side? I think if it's on this side, it's got closer proximity. Ooh, okay, hang on. These rocket silos need to ship things up, which means they need access to the main network. So they would need to be on the left. These guys can be on the right. Dump chests into... Oh, wait a sec. No, okay, these can't be beside each other. This has to probably go up north. Yep, okay. This has to go up north into its own area. Then the cargo landing pad can go somewhere here. And then we just get a massive storage area down below. I think that's the play. I think that's the play, chat. Okay, so look at this pattern. It reminds me of those kids' toys where it's like, it's not Lego, but it's those ones that you could still interlock it together and build shapes out of. Why are we making kids' toys in Factorio? What's going on here? Duplo. Ah, yeah. Why are we making... Oh, well, the engineer is secretly Santa. There's no other way you could deliver presents to everyone's houses on time. You'd have to use legendary logistic bots. That fits in the square hole. That's right. The square hole. I love that meme so much. Alright, so if the landing pad comes here, we can keep that out of sight. So if we grab that pan, I think it's going to be symmetrical. 8 by 8, I'm pretty sure, is the... Oh god, hang on. Let's get something big. Boundary 7 by 7, I believe. Rocket silos are 8 by 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is a really scuffed way to measure this. But some of you may notice the scuffed tag is now on the stream. Ooh, okay, yeah, we have to do it there, which means that becomes the center. Then we can just do a quick little conveyor line just to mark the center. Cool, we can get rid of those now. We can get rid of all of these. So we can start over. And then I think I'll just get rid of these pads on the side. Okay, so. Engineer does Secret Santa, yeah. Do any of you remember so long ago there was that random forum post that someone did? That was like the scientific math behind whether or not Santa was real. And he went into all the atmospheric densities and air resistance and stuff of how fast he'd have to travel around the world to be able to deliver all the presents on time. And that he would just vaporize into plasma with how fast he would go. That used to be one of my favorite things. That was hilarious. Definitely recommend that read. Okay, so we have two kinds of pods. As we said, legendary bays. We have storage bays and pod bays. If I quickly go and grab some now, they're specialized. Oh, okay, I guess we're building that instead. Dude, this is really funny. We've got some neighbors over here that are going to be really pissed off with how much sound this is going to make. Okay, they're all charged up. Let's go grab... What's up with my UPS? 50... It's dropping. Not liking the science rates, I don't think. No child has asked him if Santa is real. I mean, I figured out as a kid pretty early on that Santa couldn't possibly be real because the stories of him going down chimneys just wouldn't quite fit for people who don't have chimneys in their houses. Which, yeah, that is a bit of a flaw. Maybe he goes through the front door, but then that counts as a break-in. Not only that, uh-oh. He isn't real. Oh no. The size of said chimneys. That's true, yeah. There's no way that beer belly... Is it a beer belly or is it a milk belly? There's no way that belly of his would ever fit. Okay, so we have these special bays. These ones don't have much space in them, but they have two hatches to send and receive cargo pods. So they're really cool to use. And then we have access to the big ones, the storage bays. So if we have a look at the space in here right now, that's how much we've got. If I attach even just one of these legendary storage bays, boom. Then if I do a couple more, boom. We have so much storage space. That's really cool. There's a reason they only sent children up them in Victorian times. Yeah. Okay, so that's really cool. That gives us access to quite a bit of stuff. Now the question is, because we're going all in on drones, do we care about... Oh, no, we do care about accessing the cargo space, though. So maybe, instead, we build it out the bottom here. I quite like the idea of doing the design that we did earlier with the whole oh, hang on. Let's copy this. Flip it around. Look at there. I do like the idea that we did on Thrusty McThrustface, where we had these little areas for belts to run through. I really like that idea. I'd like to do the same with our new setup, but instead of belts, it's going to be roboports. I think that'd be really fun. So that, you know, roboports could sit in the middle here, around the sides. We could do a little bit of a satellite setup, although I do want to try and maximize the amount of items that we can extract out of this thing. So something like that. And then we can filter each one into their own separate types, which then follow down through a belt. So I think that'll be cool. Then we can just do a crazy amount of storage. We go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That gives us 24,000 storage slots. How many did we have before? Can't tell. We can probably copy that. 339 previously times 20. It was 6,000. Yeah, we've definitely gone past this. We've definitely exceeded the amount of storage slots we've had already, which is really exciting. Then what we can do is we can copy this and even chuck it onto this side. Yes! This thing is going to be huge. And then we can copy these. Build up some little lanes. Oh! You know what we can do? Okay, where's the concrete? Let me quickly pave some landfill down here. Hopefully it doesn't cause any stack overflow issues. Hopefully. Yeah, that brown does not look very inviting, but we can get our concrete and fix that. Which concrete am I going to get? I'll just grab this stuff, and I'll grab some of this concrete. And we'll probably grab the operations concrete as well. I quite like how that looks. If I quickly head up, I have another idea that I want to try. Which needs some of our other resources. Come on, bots, you can charge. Charge quicker. Please. Okay, there we go. Now we can go. Let's come up here and grab some of our good old grass. Artificial grass. And there's a little something I've prepared over here as well. Just for this stream. Let me run up and grab it. I've prepared some trees. More specifically, maple trees. Oh god, I'm full. Maple tree seeds. So if I chuck some of our wood in there, and then I can pick up some more seeds. I really like how the maples turned out. I think they look excellent. We can have a look at our little tree palette that we built earlier here. We got a whole bunch of trees here. These are the maples here. I really like how they look. They're my favorite, I think. So if I spam some of those around in like little nice green garden strip things, I think that might look really nice. This is crazy. Like, we're at the point of the game where we're just getting decorative aesthetic. But here we go. So if we pave a bunch of concrete down, And probably just copy this, save it across, like that. Then if we did some little planters, if we did something like that, and then... Oh, actually, no, I'd rather that be... Do we have any of the other... Hang on. Let me grab some more concrete. Let me grab some more types. If I were to grab, say, this operations concrete and put it in the middle, that one sits below. Okay, so what I actually want is for the other concrete type to be on top. I want the lower tier concrete first. Oh, actually, that's kind of nice, the way that lines up on the outside. Could copy that in. Nice. And then we grab some of our operations concrete. Draw that in. And then, can I do grass? Maybe we erase that, chuck this in. There we go, so that's like a little inset that the belts run on. And if we erase that and put the grass in, like that, it's not very green. But then we can put the tree seeds in. Something like that, and we can do a little tree strip. Oops. What do we think, chat? Do we think that'll look kind of nice? If we then copy that onto this side. We can try something like that, and then we can copy this, paste it over here, and same with over here. Is this coming across? There we go, and then we can just copy that, mirror it on the other side. That'll form the bus lane. So then we can set each one of these inserters to then, you know, filter an individual item. In fact, I should probably set that up now so they don't start picking up anything. That's how many? That's 28 individual filtered items we can take out of there, and then everything else just gets shipped around by the drones. I think that'll work pretty cool, pretty nicely. You can barely see that concrete, but we know it's there. Nice. This is cool. Power will need to be delivered out here eventually. That's okay. So now we got our little garden strip. We can copy this a few more times, I think. And then we can turn this around and that forms the end of the landing zone. And then this will just travel outward here. We're out of belt, but that's okay. We can grab some more. I definitely picked up way too much concrete. I thought I'd be using a lot more than this. Hey, nice. Now, where should we put the roboports? These roboports, I believe, are going to be huge. So let's go grab some and see just how much space we're going to be working with. Do we have any crafted? 5. Ooh. Yeah, we can make some more with some gears. Iron ore. Let me get rid of this iron ore somewhere. Oh god. Okay, regular furnaces, we can chuck those away. We don't need those. Regular drills, we can chuck away. Regular beacons, we can chuck away. And speed modules, we can chuck away. We don't need those anymore. Not for the spaceport anyway. We did need some purple productivity modules for the rocket silos. Greetings, Colonel Will. Colonel. I don't know why I said Colonel. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Okay, so then what do we need now? Just need to transfer those gears across and then we can make more of those roboports. In legendary quality. Let's get rid of these fish. We got too many fish on us. Doing good, thanks. That's good to hear. Just working on building a big spaceport to replace the old one because we had some logistical limits. Okay, how many fish is that now? 59,000 fish. That pond is doing well. Colonel Will II. I think I caught your stream the other day, actually. That mighty fine looking base. It's empty. That's still going. Yeah, this is going to be torn down pretty soon. I don't have any more, because we got rid of the cargo pad, we don't have any more bioflux coming down, so these guys are going to hatch. Hopefully these lasers can take them out. So we got to be kind of quickish on this. 6, what are you waiting on? Steel. Ooh, he's waiting on steel. That's a new one. Let's grab that. Let's feed him some steel, shall we? Oh, who just blew up? They did. And that steel plate productivity's taken a while, even with the 1 million science per minute. That's crazy. Wait, how many is it? 56 million. I suppose that makes sense. 56 million at 1 million per minute is still 56 minutes. Yeah. Okay, we got 10 of those. That's probably going to be enough. Just for safety though, we can try and give him some more. Okay, 12. That'll do. Let's grab those and head back. I won't bother about bringing the logistics drones just yet. Taking steel past level 25 is just a flex move, though. That is true. What does that actually give us to? Is there a cap on steel plate productivity? I know there's a cap of 300% on the blue circuit. So if we can possibly get steel plate productivity there to that cap, then we can, at that point, basically just take all of the productivity modules out of there and put them into something more useful. If there's a cap. There's no cap on the mining productivity, so maybe there's no cap for steel. Autosave. Let's pick my tank back up. I don't know why I've left the tank. 300, but with foundries it's only 25 needed to get 300. Oh yeah, that's right. The 50%. Oh, okay, so in that case... Where is it? Up here. In that case, we already hit the limit ages ago. Huh. So I could take the productivity modules out of here already then. That's cool. Like fires with blue chips and LDS. Yeah, okay. Oh, that reminds me. That is something we're going to have to do, is build a new LDS factory for this. Should be easy to do. Okay, so that's going to... Ooh, yeah, I like the way these have turned out. Yeah, I really like that. I really like how those trees have turned out. That's really pretty. It's just crazy to me. When you're at that point of the game where you're just concerned about if things look pretty. Okay, so we got our big roboports. So if we stick them in the corners here... How big of a range is that? Whoa! Okay, that's nice. Plastic rocket fuel and silos need to go all the way to level 30. Where is my plastic at the moment? 12. Ooh. That's not good. Our Mountain Dew is not very good. We can't push that. Rocket fuel productivity. I haven't bothered with the rocket fuel, to be honest, because we just have so much of it already. Because then there's also the rocket part productivity. Is there a cap on that? Because we could throw that on the pile and just research a bunch of that as well. Okay, so there we go. That needs to be powered. Do I have... Oh, geez. Report quality only affects charge speed. Yep, that is true. Oh god, they're eating all of it. All prods are 300 other than labs and drills. Okay, good to know. Stop. Stop. Stop it. God damn it. This is what I get for being lazy and not defending this place properly. Where do they even come? Oh, they came from here. Okay. You get a nuke. I can't see anything else out there. We may have to build a radar grid out there. Where's our previous radar? Here we go. Death World preset. Basically, yeah, I don't think it's quite... I just kind of moved a bunch of sliders a bunch, but yeah, I basically just maxed out all the sliders. I thought it would be funny. And it was tough at first, but we've conquered the world, which is amazing. How far is that? Okay, that nuke's coming. Here we go. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Actually, no, that's coming for these guys. I don't need to attack them. Here we go. Might be hard to see, but there's a speck just flying across the map. Bye-bye. That never gets old. Where did that radar go? Probably up there, isn't it? Yep, here we go. Let's plug that in. Cool. That'll give us radar coverage of that. So I wonder, how do they get down to us? I think they're just expanding downwards and then choking on the pollution. And that's triggering them to come down south. I really need to build a wall. Yeah, I need a wall. Okay, hang on. I can quickly set one up. That'll probably do. I'll build that later, off camera. But yeah, okay, let's head back down and continue building. That was annoying. We lost quite a few drills and belts that way. Man, this map is huge. I think the save file on my computer is something like 300, 400 megabytes. It's getting pretty big now. Definitely can't host it on Discord, I don't think. Alright, here we are, back in our little nook. So we've got our storage space. Got a crazy amount of storage space. 41,000. We probably could do with some more, but we need to power these things. Easiest way is probably just do a couple of those. Oh, actually, yeah, this might work nicely. We can run this straight up into that area. Nice. And eventually we could just run on that all the way up. Yep, okay, so then we have a dilemma. We need to ship items to two places. We need one set of train stations, probably on the left here. They're going to pick up the mass bulk items that are coming down here, and that's going to be delivered by the robots. And then the rest of the items come up north and join up with the rest of the network, which will be up here. And then they can just be handled by the regular bots and the other trains. I think that's the play. So if we bring this all the way up, these rocket silos are just going to be chilling here. How big is this influence area? That's pretty big. Yeah, okay. So we can do two sets of train stations, one up here and then one down here. That's going to sort that out. So if we grab some rails, I don't know how big of a network this is going to be. Actually, we decided earlier up here with our big calcite trains, we were going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we're going to do 5 carriages of calcite, which is a little bit excessive. But that's how we roll here. So 5 carriages means Actually, I should just be able to copy that, should I not? Oh, no, 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 I can't copy that. Okay, so if we place these down, then we need to place a train stop. Do we want the trains to come across here and then turn around, or would we like the trains to come down first and then turn around? I'm kind of thinking come around and then turn around and then we park the trains eastward, I think would be fun. There we go. So there's train number 1. I'll put down the first locomotive just as a test. Then we need carriages. Actually, we need request a chest, and then we need some inserters. So we could do a set like this. That's 1. And then 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Definitely gonna have to make some more chests for that. But then we can do some fun little legendary bulk inserters just because we can. And that's going to be the calcite stop. I need some cargo wagons to fill that up. And then we could probably do a second train sitting behind him. So we put that there, that blocks that up. And a second train would then go behind there like that. Cool. So how long would that need to be? About that long. So we can bring this here and then turn that around. And then copy that whole thing. And put it right next to it. So now we've got a double load. Yeah, I like that. I like that. Then basically we can just make X amount of these stops for however many items we need to then bring in. So, you know, we can do a whole bunch of these. That's going to be our massive train unloading station. There we go. Gonna need to make a crap ton of these chests and inserters. And then we need to figure out how that's going to connect back up to the network. Probably easiest if we went down south and then joined up with this rail. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, so if we bring these across a little bit, make sure there's space for a whole train to sit on this. There's a train and then a little bit more there. So over here we can then turn. Oh, autosave. So over here we can turn, head south. Cool. And then we just do the same thing with these. Really compact train station. I've always seen other people's train stations and they're just so tightly compacted and I'm like, wow, that's really cool. I wish my train stops were like that, because one problem I've always had with my train stops is they take up so much space because I need to fit unloaders and loaders in between them. So this is usually the tightest I can get them. But now that we're not worrying about belts and buses because we're doing it with robots, we can just cram them in together like this. Oh, this is really nice. And then this rail can come across. And it needs to join up here. Eastbound is down there. You go there. And then we need a second train, a second rail line heading up here. That needs to go past. We'll be up and around. And this one's going to loop around and form the station loop. Nice. But how am I going to do the T-junction here? I think I've goofed this up a little bit. Alright, roundabout time. How do we do a train roundabout? What does a train roundabout look like? Oh, it's one of those. Okay, that should be easy to replicate. So basically, hang on, let's come down here and remove the trees. So around, oh my god, and I'm out of rails. So a roundabout in this game looks something like this, apparently. Hang on. Let's just get the round part sorted first. Stick that in the middle. Wait, we can't stick that in the middle. Oh no, hang on. Yeah, I don't think this works because of how close these are together. I think the idea is that you have these drawing up into here. Then connect up. But the problem is these rails are too close to each other. Maybe that doesn't work. Okay, what about a T-junction? This comes down here. There. Problem is I've accidentally swapped the rail lines around, which is not good. This heads eastbound and needs to head into there. Okay, what if we did some elevated rails instead? So then this went over the top. This goes under. Joins up there. And then that joins up like that. Then this needs to end up traveling eastbound. Yeah, this is a little ugly. Oh. Yeah, these need to move a little bit farther apart. Oh, autosave. Yeah, that connects up. That... No, it's not in the middle. That's so annoying. Okay, but that'll connect up. That's a very ugly looking interchange. But I think it works. It should minimize some of the collisions that we might have with the trains. And I need to signal that up, so train signals. I don't think we need chain signals, but I'll do them up anyway. Oh. Ooh. Okay, hang on. This needs to be back one further. Yeah, and then I need the rest of the rails to be able to build that in. Let's go grab some rails, and then we can also grab some more legendary chests and some more legendary bulk inserters. And we can finish that off. Yeah, legendary chests are somewhere in this mess. Do you guys get that problem? Do you just have messes of things everywhere that you then have to sift through, or is it just me? Is it just my messy ass that does that? There, legendary request a chest. There we go, I'm blind. Goes in there, that comes out. Need some bulk inserters. Where are the bulks? Where are the bulkies? Okay, circuits, check. Red circuits, check. Steel chests, check. Requester chests. Heck yeah. Okay, yeah, these things are starving. They're gonna start making biters. Uh-oh. Okay, yeah, we have to say goodbye to our car storage, sadly. That's not going to be making a big appearance this time around. For better or for worse. What am I looking for? Legendary bulk inserters, that's what we need. I'm going to need more than that. What are we missing? Gears, again. How are we missing so many gears? How are we in need of so many gears? What's going on? Okay, chuck those in there. Wow. Okay, we're gonna need more rocket silos as well, so let's get some of those moving. Stone bricks. Am I really getting low on stone bricks? Looks like we are. Gonna have to pick up some more from Vulcanus. Oh, I think that might be enough requester chests. What do we think, chat? Maybe enough for our project. Passive provider chests are probably going to be required as well. Make a few of those. A few stacks of those, perhaps. One entity is destroyed. Oh, that's just telling me these things. Okay. So I was getting confused. I was like, what? Did we set a nuke off on it? Oh. Oh no. We've got a breakout. We've got to break. The prisoners are escaping. No. Uh-oh, and we're missing repair packs. That's a problem. That's a very, very big problem. Okay, we gotta grab some repair packs and send them over to Gleber. Uh-oh. Quick, emergency. Or 13, you send over to Gleber, please. Man. Okay, well, now we know Gleber is still not entirely 100% self-sufficient yet. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Why are they hatching? Oh, what's going on here? Hang on, we've got a huge backup of items. Backup of science packs. Is that because we're not consuming the science packs? That is a problem. Wait, why is that not consuming the science? Oh, shoot, that's why. Dang it. Okay, hang on. What I might quickly do is grab our blueprint. Whoops, indeed. Let's copy that. Head back to Navis and paste back in. Okay, that's going to start requesting items again. That's a big whoops. I hadn't thought about that one. Dang. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Go, 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 go. Okay, crisis is starting to be averted. Lasers going pew pew. Okay, cool, 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 cool. Okay. I need to dump repair packs back in here. There we go. It should be all good enough for us to head back up now. And we can send our ship back home. And we can get back to what we were doing. My goodness. That was a rude interruption. Gleber being Gleber, yeah. Goddamn Gleber. It's always been the bane of our existence. Probably will be forever. Okay, so back on here. So this should now be collecting items. Oh my goodness. Yep, it certainly is. Did you mean to make that look phallic? It kind of just turned out that... Okay, well, you can be the judge of that. All of my ships kind of ended up turning out that way. Except for the big brick ones. It's either a big brick or it's you know, nature's finest shape. This one is probably on its way to looking like that as well. I'll let you be the judge of that. You know, when you think about it, even rockets kind of had that shape, so it is a particularly... Maybe it's an aerodynamic shape, I don't know. I'm not a space engineer. Maybe there's a reason they build rockets like that. Subliminal. Has to be more pointy, yeah. Definitely will have to be if we're gonna carve through that shattered planet. Pointy so it's scary. Put some spikes on it. You can make a demonic ship. Sweet, nice. So then the train network coming in. Oh, look at that placement. That was certainly enough for Quest a chest. That's good to know. Looks like we need some more rail signals as well. We need the rails and... yeah, just the rails, really. Rails and bulk inserters and train signals. Let's go grab those and some... landfill, I think. Grab some rails. They're easy to grab. We can get some landfill from over here. It's such a long trek around this factory. Do I need more exoskeletons, I wonder? Somebody just died out there. We have cargo wagons here. I'm wondering if we should... nah, let's just use these ones up. Any of these ones. I was thinking maybe we should build the bigger ones, but nah, this will do. We also need some more locomotives. So grab some of those. I'll put the regular ones back in for now, and then we need some train signals, rail signals. There's always the spider. I don't like spiders. Well, there's the Spidertrons as well. Why are you carrying rails? I'll take those, thank you. Okay, we need circuits and iron plates. Haven't built a mall for this, I don't think. Or did I? I can't even remember. Those are not going to be shipping, so we might as well just swap over to something that we do have access to. Arachnophobia mode makes it a sort of a hovercraft. Really? That's funny. Right, you would just be taking the legs off it. That's kind of interesting. Okay, that's right. We needed our gears, which I can't carry all the gears to move them around. Could get rid of some of our engines. I have way too many of those. Throw those in. Ooh, we definitely need more of those. Sweet, that'll sort us well. I keep forgetting. Again, rail signals. I need those iron plates and those circuits. Where are they? Circuits. Iron plates. 100. Let's make 100 of those. Not that I'll need 100, but it's always good to be prepared. Actually, we do need to signal these up. Pick you up. Replace you with one of the lower tier ones. So these are our trains. Then we have our cargo wagons. God, that's really hard to see with the yellow warning signs. Oh God, my eyes. I do apologize. Okay, let's sort that out. I don't want to look at that for much longer. I need to put power poles into here. Does that go there? Or can we squeeze it up here? We can squeeze it in there. Oh, autosave. And then the final poles can go into there like that. Okay, then we need to bring power across. Somehow. Where's the ease? Power's right here. We could set that up over there. Yeah, that connects up like that. Nice. But why is that not powered? Oh, it is powered. It just needs a roboport. Okay, where are we going to bring the roboport? We need to bring power into this. So if we put a power pole out here, that kind of marks the maximum size that we can possibly fit these pods in. And let's make that symmetrical. Nice and big and square. Gonna have to make some more storage bays, but that's fine. They're cheap. Or something like that. That's gonna power these up. Cool, look at that. We now have roboports. Heck yeah. And then we should be able to put one more over here. Oh yeah, that's all connected. Heck yeah. Okay, so now, if we hover over that, that's one big network. They should be able to grab straight out of the cargo pad and drop them straight into the chest here. So, for example, actually, I don't even have the drone. Let's go grab the drones and some more bulk inserters. Probably get rid of some of this artificial grass. We got way too much on me. Just take one row. Hey, robots, robots, robots. have them around here somewhere. There we go. A full legendary steel chest worth of logistic robots in legendary quality. That is awesome. So we grab that, and then we grab... Actually, that should be everything, right? Yeah, let's go over there. So that's 58,000 slots worth. This is crazy. Oh, bulk inserters. I forgot the bulks. Okay, no, we don't need those. Bulk inserters. We're not making any because we need green circuits. We're not making green circuits because I'm not supplying legendary iron, and I'm not supplying legendary iron because I cut off the network. I see a problem on its way. There we go, that's going to make us some more. More. That'll probably do us for now. Color of that water is hilarious. You don't like my... You like my lube water? The funny thing is, that just stretches out for miles and miles and miles. In fact, it even reaches out all the way over here. Because of the pollution. It's absolutely insane. Probably the most polluted game anyone's seen in a while. And I have no way to fix it other than just a mod that's... I don't think any technology, modded or not modded, can actually solve that problem. There is way too much pollution. Okay, that's all. Oh, we're missing one. Okay, that's fine. Let's set these up. So this train here is going to be... Well, this station here is going to be... Calcite pickup... Giga? I've never seen water so polluted. Very impressive. Thank you, thank you. Glad you like it. Also, welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a good time. Having a good day and a good evening, whichever time it is. Okay, so that's calcite. Calcite pickup giga. That's what this is going to be. Give that a little white color. Cool, and then this is going to be calcite train. No, there's going to be the giga calcite train with a calcite symbol. And he's going to pick up calcite. We have some very nice cargo wagons here ready to collect. I think these request a chest in legendary can hold 6,000 calcite. So let's try that. Let's drop 6,000 in here. And run that all the way across. Oh, so he's going to pick those up. Now we just need to put robots into here. 1, 2, 3. We need some more. 4 and 5. There we go. A fully stocked. Oh my goodness. Oh. Holy. Holy crap. And with that, the train's basically full. Calcite's coming in. Nice, nice. Okay, I think we're going to have to change this to 20,000. Oh, that already is 20,000. Okay, nice. Oh, damn. That's a lot of drones. And with that, all the chests will be filled up pretty soon. I think the problem now, though, is we don't have enough calcite available to us. Thrusty McThrustface is on his way to collect more calcite. No, he already has calcite. Oh, wait, you, come back. Come back home, please. What I might do is create a new request for 500,000 calcite. I think we can take it, chat. I think this thing can hold it. 58,000 slots. 58,000 times 50 is 2.9 million calcite. This thing can definitely hold 500,000. That is insane. Okay, cool. And then there's a couple other things we need to do. We need to fuel the trains. And we also need to do this whole thing up here as well. Fueling the trains is going to be an interesting project. I want to try something a little bit different. So we've already done nuclear fuel, which is over here. We've done a big nuclear fueling stop, and that's quite nicely filling up chests over here. And the Omega trains can come in and fill up. But I wanted to try something a little different. We have access to fusion fuel thanks to a little mod. And this might give us a little bit more of a kick. So if we can ship down fluoroketone and fusion power cells, that can give us fuel that gives us a fuel value of 10 gigajoules. Compared to, let's have a look, 10 gigajoules compared to 1.2 gigajoules. And it gives it more top speed for the vehicle. That's pretty crazy. So I want to see if we can try and do some of that. Nuclear fuel is going to need to come out of somewhere. We have a bit of a nuclear fuel depot over here, so we could do a quick little fusion fuel, although that is being made over here, so maybe this could be a fusion fuel area. But that's probably going to be a project for another day because we need to get everything else sorted first. So for the time being, I'm just going to send this guy over to the regular fueling station. He's going to get his fuel. He can't connect anywhere else because we haven't finished the rail line down here yet. So let's do that. Sweet. We need to set up some more rail signals here. Chain signal there should do. That's all one block. Nice. Blocks that off. All right, sweet. So that should be that train line blocked off. Sectioned off, rather. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That is so many. What's the UPS? UPS is falling. Calcite is falling. Drones are everywhere. Oh my god, that is liquid. That is no longer, that is liquid robot right there. This is ridiculous. That's all filling up. Oh, this is awesome. This is epic. Heck yeah. We gaming. We be gaming. Yeah, I'm gonna put a couple more roboports around. Yeah, something like that. Couple more in there. Nice and snug. Maybe one here. And maybe a happy little roboport over there. There we go. That's 12 roboports. Plenty of space for them to charge. That is a lot of calcite coming down. Holy, look at them all. How full is this thing? Wow, that is full. That barely moves the scroll bar until we hit the bottom there. That's really nice. Autosave. Imagine autosave on that. Put those robots in some iron pipes. Yeah. Absolutely could. Start casting robots into foundries at that point. Oh, that is awesome. Okay, I'm actually gonna pick these up. I don't want those there. Sweet. Okay, so the next thing we can do is start preparing the rest of the train network, which will be over here somewhere, I think. Because they need to start shipping items back and forth. We also need to ship the rocket part items, which is going to be the processing units, low density structures, and the rocket fuel. So that needs to come in somewhere. Question is where? We have an electronics train around somewhere. I think that's what's shipping most of the parts for this. Yeah, okay. What we could do is... Ooh, okay. Here's an idea. Here's an idea. I just had a brainwave. We designed this module the other day. What if we just copy that and plop it down on Narvis near the spaceport? Okay, so what do we need for this? We need iron, we need copper, we need oil, and we need coal. Oh, where's a good spot for that? Oh, right here. So this could make the rocket parts, and then we can just ship those across to here. How does that sound? Alternatively, we could do it here. No, we don't have very good access to coal there. Okay, let's do it here. So if this is going to be our new area for making rocket parts. Hang on. Coppers are... Well, okay, it doesn't really matter there. So we put that down. Awesome. We need to put some drills there. So if I grab our little drill modules that we made up here earlier, copy that, bring it around. One, two, three, four will probably do. Then we need a foundry block. Probably just copy this guy here. This is going to be our iron. Do one, maybe even two. Copy that again for the copper. Cool. And then we need a calcite delivery. Love our calcite deliveries. Oh, actually, I just realized we do need another train here for a smaller version. Actually, no, that's fine. Yeah, this is just going to be... Yeah, we can just get smaller trains to come in and that'll be fine. Cool. Okay, and then we have a small stop here. Train stop goes there. Cool. Let's go place those down. This is getting exciting. And then in the same place, we could probably also do the low density structures as well. I think that'll work quite nicely. Okay, so we can do, oh, hang on. This needs to be bigger. Train stop. Mail signal. Okay, buffer unloader. Ah, I need some belts. Okay, that's fine. We can probably run calcite straight up the middle here. And we'll need a bus balancer. Start with one there. Calcite goes through there, and then another calcite belt comes up here. And we can probably just copy that, flip it. Bring that across. Bring this across. There we go. And then we need to feed the iron in. Tunnel jump that. This one doesn't need to jump. That can just go straight in. Cool. All right, so that's going to be iron sorted. We need to change the recipe on this to copper. Getting to the point where the game's starting to lag enough that it's actually skipping my mouse motions. There we go, that plugs in there. Difficult to see with the trees. Yep, extra difficult to see with the trees in the way. Might be time for some mass deforestation soon. Cool, and then we just need to get that calcite across. There we go. Looks like I need some more legendary drills. Then we need a foundries. Plastic. How are we going to do plastic? I think we just need to copy the plastic block we had over here. Yep, let's copy that. So plastic will come around. We need to drop that. Where? Plastic needs to end up on the left side. We can do a big bus that goes through the middle there. Yep, that works. So plastic goes there. Might actually need 2 sets of plastic for this. But we'll start with 1. Then we need our drills again for the coal. Although not too many because we only need 2 rows of coal. 2 belt lanes rather. Cool, then that runs into there. Plastic then comes out. I mean, what the? Oh, this needs to be flipped. Yuck. God dang it. Cut all this. No idea what's going on here. Should just be able to do a quick replace here. These probably could be fish filters, just so we don't end up with any plastics sitting on the unwanted side of the splitter. Yeah, now I can just copy that, flip it vertically, chuck that in there. Nice. Plastic comes around, merges together down here. Same for this story. That comes across. Paste that around. Okay, I need to deforest these trees. And we need a whole bunch of belts to be able to build on that. Alright, cool. And pipes. And inserters. Bulk inserters, stack inserters, everything. Oh god, okay. What type of inserters do we need? Few colored qualities. Okay, that's fine. And 113 legendary bulk inserters. That's going to be interesting. And then we need a whole bunch of electromagnetic plants. Let's go grab all of that now. We need pipes, so I'll just grab those first real quick. Just grab all of them. I'm gonna need all of them probably. Yeah, how's everyone doing? Anyone else playing Factorio right now? Anyone building any cool stuff? Here we need some legendary beacons. Where are they? I'm getting so lost. Here they are. Probably need way more than that. Who just died? Can't tell. Somebody just died. They're just in range, I think. They're probably going to get nuked in a moment. Foundries, that's what we need. We need foundries. We need cryogenic plants. We need electromagnetic plants. We need stack inserters. Of the good kind. Probably the normal kind. We need legendary bulk inserters. Here we go. And then we need some regular bulk inserters. And a crap ton of belts. Alright, let's go. 16,000 belts should do. Here we go. Ah, substations. I needed to grab those as well. Cool. Sweet. So this is going to be making us a fully stacked a fully stacked 1 lane of blue circuits. That's going to be really good for supplying the rocket parts for this area here. It's going to be pretty insane. That's an infinity pipe. We can't do infinity pipes. Same goes for down here. I can't see what's going on here. And that's an infinity chest. We can't do that either. There we go. Cool. That's pretty much everything placed down. Now we just need to get copper into here, which is going to be coming out of here. So let's pipe these up together. That comes across like that. I think we can reach that. Yep, we can. Nice. Which leaves this for the iron. Which comes out like that. Nice. There we go. Now we just need those substations. We need that coal plugged into power. Which I think we can just do now, actually. Let's just plug that in now. God, I love these legendary poles. They're so useful. Cool, that'll plug you in. That plugs you in. Hey, thanks for the sub. Glad you're enjoying the content. Thank you, thank you. I'm gonna be honest, not me getting slightly jump scared by my own sound alert. Heck yeah. Okay, how are we gonna power these? I think I was going to place one of these poles between every single thing in here. I'm checking out YouTube videos and they're awesome too. Oh, thank you very much. Glad you like them. I should have a... Actually, yeah, tonight... well, it would be very late, but there's a new video that's going to be going out probably tomorrow or tonight, which showcases how these cars as storage came about. It's the origin story for those, so that's going to be a fun one to check out. I've had a lot of fun editing that one. I'm looking forward to seeing that go live. You edit the videos yourself? Yes, I do. I wish I didn't, because it's a lot of work. It's probably the part of my streaming career that takes the most time out of my day. Ghost cars, yeah. They I watch a lot of my time disappear with those, unfortunately, but they're kind of fun. You gotta do what you gotta do, right? Like, strangely, it's really odd. So I stream for typically about 5.5 hours, 3 times a week. And then I gotta turn those 3.5 hours, the 5.5 hours, into 20-minute videos. And what ends up happening is each 5.5 hour stream can usually turn into 2 or 3 videos that then go out on YouTube. So then it takes me, if I'm to estimate, it probably takes me about 8 or 9 hours to edit a 20-minute video. And that's apparently fast. That's apparently a fast rate for some reason. Apparently it's expected that it takes on average about, what was it? It's like an hour per minute of edited footage is the expected rate. Editing is good too. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate that. That's good to hear. It's kind of just winging it, making it up, see what sticks, and it seems to be going well. They're kind of fun. They're fun videos. But yeah, it takes about 8 or 9 hours if I sit down and lock in to do a 20-minute video, which is really odd because, you know, you're turning 5.5 hours into three 20-minute videos, so it's an hour. So you'd think if you even if you were to watch through it all, that's 5.5 hours. It shouldn't take that long, but for some reason the time just disappears. It just gets gobbled up somehow, and that's usually what takes the most time out of all of this. I really wish I didn't have to spend that much time on the editing, but that's just kind of how it turns out. One day I'll probably get an editor do it for me. Then I can spend more time streaming. That's what I really want. I enjoy the streaming part the most. Get to talk to all you guys. But apparently that's a fast rate for editing. I was looking it up and people say apparently it's supposed to take about an hour per minute of edited footage. So I'm actually going blazingly fast somehow. Actually, whenever I edit videos, I spent like 1 hour and just a few seconds. Yeah, especially it depends on how many effects you're trying to do as well. And the software, of course. I did a bit of an investigation not too long ago on different editing softwares, because I use Blender, believe it or not. Of all the softwares out there that you could use to edit videos, I use Blender. Just because I find it to be the fastest one to edit in. As in, like, the hotkeys and the workflows, I get the fastest results out of it. But it crashes so often. It's so frustrating. But I tried some other softwares, and I can kind of see why they would take a long time to edit things. It tends to take a lot more steps just to do some simple effects, and some of them wouldn't even open the file formats that I have that I use to do stuff with. So that was kind of annoying. Never used Blender. I've used Sony Vegas Pro a lot in the past. I had a look at it. That got bought up by oops. What are they called? Magix, I think, or whoever's behind that. They bought that up some time ago, and I tried it a few months back. But I struggled on the first step with how to make what is it called? How to do like text on the screen and stuff like that. It took me so long to figure out how to get text on the screen that I figured if it's going to take me this long just to get simple effects, then I got to find another solution. Because I want to be uploading 3 videos a week. At least that's the schedule I have if I'm to get through all of this footage, all of this stream footage, and I have misaligned this horribly. So I gotta find something that's quick, but also effective. I do have my qualms about Blender as well. Like, there's a few features, a few critical features it's missing that absolutely needs to be, in the base. I have some add-ons that do allow for some of the features. Things like audio processing. Video editing is truly a labor of love. Yeah, absolutely. You gotta love it. Like, I kind of do. If I didn't have to do streaming, or if it was like my main job to do editing, I probably would enjoy it. Definitely one of the less stressful jobs out there as well. But the whole, like, having everything else to do, like streaming and also coming up with ideas, and I also do the music as well for my background the background music and the YouTube videos as well. When you combine all of that together, you don't sleep. You don't have time to sleep anymore. So I gotta find a way to fix that up. It's not healthy. Then some of you might say, there is no sleep, there is only factory must grow. Which is also a very agreeable sentiment. There we go, that should plug all that into power. Compose your own music for videos and the streams, yep, that's all mine. Yours truly. I was doing some yesterday actually that I need to finish up and try and get into the playlist. That's crazy. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the compliment. Okay, we just need some substations, a crap ton of modules, and we're all good. You're the concerned ape of Factorio content creation, one-man army. Yeah, the Swiss Army knife. That's what I am. Well, I am a jack of all trades, master of one, and that one is making a fool of myself. I'm good at that. Speed modules, we need those. That's probably not enough. But then again, I'm really bad at estimating how much I need as well. And then we need the substations. They're right here. There we go. Okay, sweet. Here we are. That should power you up. That powers you up. The last thing we're missing now is a supply of oil, but thankfully, we have oil right here. I just got to figure out, we need to turn it on to petroleum, so let's grab all of this. Just because it's nice and it tiles. We can probably, this will have to probably go upwards, I think. Yep, that'll plop there. Then we need some water. Among other things, we need a bunch of chemical plants. I cannot see in this thicket of trees. Let's get rid of that. No, 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 I'm full. No. Get it out, get it out. Oh, I'm still full, I think. Oh boy. Oh wait, they're putting the modules in. Nice. Thought I'd have to do all that manually. Yep, stone. Yep, I know about the stone, guys. Okay, so if we grab our pump jacks, here they are. We can chuck a bunch of these down. I don't think there's any sort of clean way you can really place these. They just end up being a mess, regardless of what you do. Do you think in real life it would be a mess of pipes? Or in real life do they have a bit more control over like where they decide to place them? Because they would be pumping out of a bit further down in the ground in real life, wouldn't they? So you could make it a bit... I don't know. I've never actually looked at a oil pumping site on Google Maps before, so that's something fun I could do. Okay, pipes. We need to pipe all these up. Probably should be doing a bus for this, I think. A pipe bus. Now, which side here needs to be oil? Inside. Okay, so this needs to jump here. Plug into there. That's petroleum. Plugs into here. That plugs straight in. We can probably rotate that around. Yep. Connect that up. That night vision is pretty bright. I might even fall back to night vision Mark II, to be honest. Are we still trying to put stone in? Oh my goodness. We're gonna get some legendary substations going. We should just be able to plug that in. Probably not even with a big pole. Yeah, okay, now we need water. Actually, no, now we need to plug this in first. Who died? You died. Actually, yeah. Did you want to see my my nuke train in action? We got an artillery train here that shoots nuclear artillery shells. I think we need... Yeah, I think this side up here is due for another pounding. Is the way clear? Yes, the path is clear. Let's send them off. You can head over to... I think it's Beta. Yep, it's Beta. It's over there. Nice. 07's in the chat for frame rate in a moment. Okay, water, 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 water. Are you not plugged in? That's odd. So water can come out of here. We should have some legendary offshore pumps. There we go. Should just be able to run this pipe over. Boom. Hey, we got oil. Look at that. That'll start cracking, but more importantly, we now have petroleum that we can plug into this pipeline, which gets us the plastic we need. And the plastic's going to come around and supply this area, which needs their modules plugged in, and we need to bring some productivity modules in as well. We need some calcite down here. Okay, hang on. This is going to be the foundry. Yet again, another foundry. Eventually a train will come here and pick that up. Oh, there's all legendary modules. Okay, let's go grab. What was that? Oh, he's there already. Oh, and then he stods off. No, hang on, stop. You're gonna park there. And you're gonna like it. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. He's having a little think. He's having a long, big think about it. So he should target those first, or maybe even these guys first. Yeah, it'll probably be these guys if he goes left to right. Grab those, then maybe even those, and then the... Oh, no. He went right first. Ooh, okay, here we go. I hadn't even seen that base on the map. And off they go. There we go, the full salvo's coming out. That should clear these guys out of the way, and then we can build that wall safely. Nuclear artillery shells are a mod, right? Yeah, they are. I used to have artillery shells, but then it got to a point where I thought, let's go a little crazy stupid with it, and then I added them in. They come from the Atomic Artillery Reborn mod, if you want to grab that for yourself. And then they'll just come in and just absolutely annihilate this. But that is going to kill the frame rate, so I'll send him back home. I have this whole site here dedicated to making just nuclear bombs and nuclear artillery. That's pretty awesome. Heck yeah, here we go. Incredible. It is awesome. Never gets old. Next level carpet bombing. Like this planet must be so irradiated by this point. And then they'll meander all the way over to the wall and then just meet a brisk end there. That artillery train is around here somewhere. There he is. He'll head on his way back home. Yep, he'll come across there. Nice. Yeah, so the last thing we're missing now for this is modules. And then we can do a quick little LDS setup. I've never done LDS, like I've never done a proper hyper efficient LDS setup yet, but it probably won't need to be much. Just a bunch of pipes and out it comes. Although we do need plastic, so that is something we have to think about. We need more gears for this, but my inventory is full, so I can't transfer any. Probably don't need this many beacons. Get a bunch of these. And then I need legendary speed modules. Don't think I have enough for this. What are we low on? Red circuits. What if we change this out to a request a chest? But then request for the legendary circuits. It's about damn time I did this. There we go. They'll come out and grab some. Bring them down. There we are. We could also do the same for greens, and at this point we've now automated legendary tier 1 speed modules. Sweet. Heck yeah. Okay, cool. And with that, we now have some modules that we can build the rest of the stuff down for. Oh, we should probably put our fish away as well. That's quite a lot. Let's put the fish away before it spoils. Get this thing ever closer to 100,000 fish in our little starter pond. There we go. How many is that now? Still 59,000. We're not quite at 60. Oh, I forgot the other chemical plants too, but it doesn't look like we need them actually, so I won't worry about that for now. Plastic's backed up. Calcite is not here. That's a real problem. Okay, that's fine. Why do these robots not place modules in here? Come on, guys. Come on, wake up. Gotta put them in manually. Oh, wait, that's one more thing we need. Sulfuric acid. Needs sulfur. Needs water and petroleum gas. Gosh darn it. Okay. Think we can just copy our setup here, or should we copy it from Manhattan? Either works. Copy that. Paste it into... probably just up here. Nice. That needs water, which comes straight into here, and then we need petroleum. Good old petrol. Gasoline. Where is that gonna go? Probably should just drop down over here. There we go, that's connected up. So then we need to take that sulfuric acid, the sulfur, not sulfuric acid, and add it along with iron plates. Which could probably just come along here. Yep, okay. Where's our sulfuric acid machines? So if we grab this... and then paste it down here. Maybe even over here. Nah, okay, let's do it here. Ooh, hang on. Don't want to goof that up. Somehow I've goofed this up. What have I done? Yeah, what have I done? Wait a minute. What? Okay, hang on. We need to cast iron. Let's do that first. Where are we doing that? We're doing that over here. We can copy this. Bring that over here. Paste it there so it's close proximity. It reaches over. This turns into iron plates. Nice. Now we need to grab some beacons as well. And then that needs to turn into a 6-lane bus balancer with just one output. And then that can come up into here. Like that. This is the part that's scary. I have no idea what this here is doing. I think we can just get rid of that. Because what we need to do is crash the sulfur and the iron together. Then that can just run into there and split like that. Yeah, that'll work. And then we need to split that yet again. Run it up here for this side. There we go. Awesome. Now I just need to grab some regular beacons, some more steel poles, and some pipe to grounds, and that should be good for that. That should make the sulfuric acid that we need to make these circuits. So then we can just bring a big pipeline over here. Oh my goodness, there's so much work that goes into this. Alright, let's go and fetch those. I've gone the wrong way. Okay, we got some poles in here. What else do we need? Pipe to grounds. Maybe some more No, we should be fine with substations. Regular beacons we need. There we go. I can take some of those. Cool. Yeah, here we go. And that should be everything to build blue circuits. Wow, that was a trip. That was certainly a big job. Okay, so now that that's done, the next thing we need to think about for the rocket... Yeah, there we go. That's all coming down through. So we're just waiting on the calcite delivery now, which may or may not ever come. Now we need to think about how we're going to do the low density structures. I've never actually properly blueprinted up one of these before. So let's just do one up here. We got legendary foundries. This guy needs to be making low density structures, just the regular kinds. Now, we need plastic. And we need pipes. So that means we need to do a setup like this for the fluids. But we need beacons as well. Hang on. What if we did something like that? Can we squeeze beacons into there? Yeah, I think we can. And then if we move that down a little bit, we can grab some legendary beacons. That reaches. And then some inserters for the plastic. Oh yeah, I like that. And then we can just copy this a few times in a big manifold array. Tasty, tasty, tasty. I like how this is looking. Or we could get even more crazy and throw some beacons in between each one. Yeah, let's try that. So if we make some space, make that the starting piece. Yep, and then that lines up nicely. Plastic runs in through there. I like it. Oops. Ah. Oh, wait, but we forgot. I forgot. We actually need to send this somewhere. Okay, so plastics on this side. Low density structures need to come out. What if we remove one of these? Stack inserter to get rid of them. And if we did one of these, we can use our fancy little tunnel trick. They're going to deposit on the far right side of that tunnel. Of that belt. So then we can run a tunnel that takes advantage of that. Yeah, okay, there we go. So let's assume that's the setup there. Let's get our infinity pipes to test this out with. 1, 2. This is going to be iron. This is going to be copper. Then we need plastic. We can just grab them from here. And then I might just grab a little bit of a trasher. One of these guys. Okay, how solid is that? It's pretty solid. So now I need to then move this trasher all the way out over here and copy this thing several times until we either completely deplete the plastic belt or we fully saturate the LDS belt. Okay, yeah, that definitely needs work. Oh, wait a minute. Whoops. One small thing we forgot. The modules. That would probably help. Yep, so much to the point that we can't actually feed the plastic fast enough anymore. Yeah, let's upgrade those to legendary. Probably need to get some legendary stack inserters. Actually, no, hang on. The problem is not the stack inserter speed. The problem is we have saturated the belt. Ooh. Okay, so at what point did we saturate it? If I copy the trasher and... No, that's not going to work. Hang on. Okay, looks like 4 of these saturated it. So if we copied... No, not copy. Can we put a tunnel on that? Oh my goodness, we can. So then this, if this runs across like that... Oh, okay, I think we're cooking. We are definitely cooking something here. Okay, there we go. Plastic comes further down. Get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. Oh, nope, hang on. Something's gone wrong. There we go. That's fixed. Okay, then that jumps across, and that should then feed up with this. Okay, slight small problem. But we'll get to that in a sec. So... all these inserters are working, which is good. We need more plastic, so if we can somehow pretend that another bus lane is coming down here. The plastic kind of dies around here, so if we did a little insert here. Actually, no, let's move it back. Because then we can jump this and do a merger with a fish filter. Oh yes, our fish filters are back. Then on that side, there we go. Run this in, merge that together. And they're all running. Okay, so we can call that our foundry block for LDS. I would say that's pretty sufficient. What do we think, chat? Do we like the look of that? And what we can also do then is take that and flip it vertically and share the same beacons that way. Just like that. What do we think? We think that's a good design? I'm liking how that's looking. Probably way overkill for the amount of rocket launches we actually need to perform, but I would say that's pretty good. Yes, okay, cool. All right, so if we then copy that. Bring it back to Narvis. Okay, here we go. Honestly, it could probably even just go in here. Where are we going to load? We probably do a station loading over here, to be honest. So maybe we do it up over here. Yeah, let's do it there. I need to get that calcite going. I gotta get rid of this concrete. Hang on. Way too much concrete. Spent all that time building that concrete station and then never actually needed that many. What's going on here? Oh, there's nowhere for him to put his calcite. The poor guy. Put these in and then I'm gonna chuck some stone and some of that. Chuck that in there. That'll do for now. Boom. Cool, sweet. Alright, and then molten copper plugs into here. Molten iron does not. Molten iron plugs into there. We need to bring that over here as well. Get rid of these trees. We're only saving fish here, we're not saving trees. Okay, that plugs in there. And then we need to get the copper around. Wait, did I slice? Oh my goodness. I think I sliced off some of the pipes. Whoops. Yeah, that's better. We don't have any of those. Don't have those. So these will just park the plastic. That'll build up there. I cannot see. We got to get rid of these trees. Yeah, there we go. Oh, actually, and we need to get rid of some here. Cool. All right. So then, that should be all we need, right? These plug in together here. These plug in together there. And then they can merge together in the middle to form a bus. We've got our blue circuits there. And then we need rocket fuel. I think rocket fuel will just rely on the existing rocket fuel depot for the time being. At least until I can figure out how to do that fusion setup. Yeah, we'll just leave that for the time being, I think. Or we can just make him live off nuclear fuel. I could do a second fueling stop here. Maybe we do that. If I set up... That's right, we said we were going to copy this. Set it up there, yeah. Yeah, we can probably just rely on a long arm inserter. Doesn't need to be anything too crazy here. There we go, something like that. Yeah, then we're going to just rely on the nuclear fuel stop. I think that'll be quite nice. Alright, let's go build that up. And then I need to deliver some calcite. Actually, we can deliver calcite using the new train. Ooh. Okay, now I'm getting excited. We can get the new train online. Long-headed inserters. Do I have rails? No, I'm basically out of rails. Okay, thankfully, there's a set of rails to collect down here. Just have all these random factories lying around everywhere. Kind of handy. What am I looking for? I think that's it. I think that's all we need. Cool. So then this isn't going to be Omega. This is going to be nuclear fuel alpha. It's small. I should really recolor these. Alpha and Omega. Sweet. Okay, and then we can tell that train that he needs to head over there, and then we can put some fuel in him. How did I pick up that much fuel? That's fine. That's fine. Okay. Way too much fuel on me. We need to set up a train stop. So that's the foundry there for dropping off the calcite. And then we need another stop somewhere for the three miscellaneous items, or the two miscellaneous items. So I'm going to do two stops. That's too close to the power poles, I think. Give him a little bit of space so we can build some unloaders. Or rather, some loaders. Then we can just turn that back around. Sweet. This is the wrong way around. This travels upwards, so we need to run that across there. And run that up there. Nice, and then we need to do the same thing down here. That can turn up there, or it can turn down south. I always get this distancing wrong, though. There we go. Sweet, that's all joined up. We need to signal this up. There we go, done. And done. Cool. This needs to become a train stop. Okay, train stop time. It's stop time. This is going to Lord Junior Penguin. No, this is not. This is going to be blue circuit pickup. Then we can prefix that with an icon. There we go. We can set that to a deep blue. This is going to be Captain Midnight. Low density structure pickup. We can prefix that again with low density structures. And we got to give that a color. There we go. That looks like low density structure color. Sweet. Okay, and then these are the low density structures. So let's get a train going here. 1 and 2. This is going to be the LDS train. No, hang on. This isn't the LDS train. This is the blue circuit train. Blue circuit rocket train. Let's do that. It's a rocket train. Then we can copy the color over. There we go. Nice. And then same thing over here. LDS train. You're going to go to fuel omega. Hang on. Yep. Now we need to add another interrupt, don't we? It's going to be fuel omega alpha. Sure. It's going to be nuclear fuel. There we go. So this is going to be... Hang on. What did we do earlier? Fuel all is less than 3. Okay, here we go. So we go fuel. All is less than 3, because they can only fit 3 in him. Target is going to be to head to nuclear fuel alpha. And that should be that. So then we do the same thing here, fuel omega alpha. Station is going to be the LDS thingo, if I can find the thing. Okay, LDS structure pickup. Same with this. This is going to be the blue circuit pickup. And then I need to actually build the other stations. So let's go do that. Actually, before that, let's get this train sorted. You are going to pick up from the calcite pickup Giga. You're going to wait until you're full cargo. And then you're going to go to head to anywhere that says calcite drop off, or the foundry probably. Until you're either empty cargo or inactivity happens. Cool. Okay, I think we're good to go. So then you just need some fuel. I'll give you some fuel, all right? Go. Heck yeah. Oh, actually, hang on. Let's change this. You're not going there anymore. You can go and pick up at Omega Alpha as well. Nice. And then he's going to pick some random foundry to go and drop stuff off at. Okay, nice. But that does mean we can do some more trains. Except I've just lost that train now. Here we go. Here he is. So if I copy him and then paste him onto some of these trains. Yep, nice. He's ready to go. Paste him on here and on here. Give you some fuel. And set them on automatic. We can do some train signals here as well. Allows them to pull out. Yeah, then they just sit here waiting. Nice. Probably break this up a little bit. Ooh. Then they should all come around and park in here. Oh, except these need to be broken up a little bit. Okay, this is the part where we can go tweak the rail network a bit. Cool. That should allow them to pass through a bit better. Do the same thing over here as well. Just breaking it up a little bit so it allows the trains to pass through and not have to stop all the time. These are some very long stretches of track. Very, very long stretches of track. This could be broken up. There we go. Nice. I think that's pretty good. So if we take a look here now, there should be a train on its way. Somewhere. Oh, are they all fueling up? Where are they? I can't tell. Okay, we got 2 trains here. Wait a minute. Calcite train. This is Giga Calcite train. Okay, we got 4 of these. So one's waiting at that foundry. The rest of them, this one's heading to pick up. These 2 are heading to refuel. Oh, that's awesome. Except I think I need to break up the signals on that side as well, but that's okay. This guy needs to... Yeah, so that'll just take a little while, but in some good time, they should eventually start filling up calcite in all of the stations. Yeah, okay, so let's get the rest of the trains working. Let's build the little... That was a long pipe. Down south, down south. Very down south. This factory's getting too big. Okay, so this is where we need to keep these isolated so they don't cross over their logistics networks. We need to build another train station over here. A couple of stations actually, but we need to build one that drops off those items. So we need a drop off. Let's start with a rail. Good old-fashioned rail. That curves around. Then we need a buffer unloader. Actually, this just needs to dump into chests, now that I think of it. We can handle the rest with drones. Then if we change these into passive provider chests, that should be fine. All right, let's continue this down. This needs to turn into a stop. There we go, and then that needs to return to the network. Probably just do 1 carriage, to be honest. This doesn't need to be a hefty train. Yeah, sweet. And then there's the fun part. Actually, this can be way condensed, I think. Yeah, we can condense it all the way down into that. Because there are only going to be 1 carriage trains, I think, just to keep it lightweight. Because we're not going to be doing a crazy amount of rocket launches, and this is a plentiful amount of storage. Amount of buffer, which is good. Cool. And we just need to get that connected back up. We're just going to run this along with landfill, I think. Make it simple. We can modify this later as well if we need to. Wait, let's bring this back. That then needs to connect up with the rest of the network. Okay, hang on, what if we just connected this up here? Ooh, now there's an idea. Then we don't need to do all this. Nice. Heck yeah, this is coming together. I'm getting excited. And we're out of rails, so that's not exciting. Yeah, okay, we need quite a lot of rails, but then we can set up these trains. These stations. This is going to be spaceport blue circuits. We're gonna have blue circuits on the left. Spaceport will be a cargo pod. And this over here will probably be a similar situation. We're going to do cargo pod, spaceport, LDS. Nice. Then we can set up on these trains over here. You got interrupts you need to pick up until you have full cargo. Full cargo, and then you need to go over to the spaceport blue circuits until you have empty cargo. And I think we will just make it wait until it has empty cargo. It doesn't need to go anywhere else. Then we'll do the same thing here. Full cargo. Head over to that station and wait until you have empty cargo. Cool. Then we need to go add some wagons to them, finish the rails here, and then we have all that set up. Oh, there is one more thing I need to do actually. You need to copy this one more time. Hang on. Which does mean I need to move this over. It's annoying. Cool. That should take care of that. Now, the reason I needed to do that is this station here needs to be spaceport rocket fuel. And a different train is going to pick this one up. Cool. Okay, let's set that up. Go grab some more rails. And I do have wagons. I do have locomotives. That's good. Got everything we need. Yeah, just looking for rails. Here we go. Rails should be over here. What's going on here? What are you waiting on? Wait, what? Okay, he's waiting on this. Put those in. Yeah, there's a turn. It connects you up. Isolate all those. There we go. Should be able to pass in now. Oh yeah. We have train logistics. And we have bot logistics. Oh, it's all coming together now. Then they pick up real fast. Oh, look at that. That fills up like crazy. And then off he goes. And then just like that, these get filled up yet again. Next pickup. Nice, nice. Oh, this is so cool. We've done a great thing today. Okay, hang on. Is anybody headed for this foundry? No. Okay, hang on. Where is this guy going? Nope, you've decided to go somewhere else. Where are you headed? He's fueling. Okay, that's fine. It'd be nice. Actually, there is... Oh, I wish we could erase these a lot quicker than that. That is painful. I suppose a deconstruction planner could probably make this a lot simpler. I've got to figure out how to get one of those set up. There we go, that's powered. Connected to power, rather. We do need to bring a power connection down. That should do the trick. And just to make it symmetrical, we'll do the same thing for the other side. Oh, we're out of tunnels. No. That's okay. We can get some tunnels. Then we need some roboports. I need to grab some more legendary roboports. Let's do that. Where are the roboports? Here they are. 14, that should do. Should do us very nicely. We're also going to need a lot more concrete to get some more rocket silos. And some more steel and some more processing units. Go, let's pick those up. What else we need? That's about it really, isn't it? Ah, tunnels, yep. Bring those. And with that, the gist of the whole new rocket port, spaceport, the gist of the whole new spaceport is just about done. Place some of those down now. How many rocket launchers is that? 24. How many did we have here? 42. Alright, so we already have halfway in rocket silos, but these are legendary ones. That's already a big improvement. Let's get some of these roboports placed down. I gotta be careful with these ones. I have to make sure they don't touch in the middle. Put you there and put you there. Probably sort those out. Then we can have a line of these heading all the way back home. There we go. Beautiful. Pretty soon we should be able to connect this back up to the main grid. We can probably just head straight north. By no means efficient, but it's convenient, and that's all I really care about at this point. And there we are. The logistics network is complete. We have 2 isolated networks now. One for fast unloading, the other one for fast delivery. Oh yeah. Then what I can do here is copy all this, bring it out, and then we can do some big chests. We love big chests. And then we can just grab some legendary inserters, chuck them in there. And that'll connect up with that logistics network. And then we can set the filters up on what those items are going to become. Oh, hang on, we missed a spot here somehow. How do we do that? How the heck did we miss that? Alright, so items we need. Number 1, depleted uranium. That needs to come out. Number 2, we need fusion power cells. Number 3, we need bioflux. Number 4, spoilage. Oh yeah. Those are probably the main items we just need to extract. I can get rid of these. And those, we don't need those anymore. I can get rid of that. Okay, over here we could probably afford to do some of the legendary rocks. So we're going legendary iron ore there, legendary copper ore, legendary sulfur, legendary of you, and legendary ice. I don't think we really need, but we'll do it anyway. Oh, actually, hang on. Oops. I should make these isolated types. Doesn't particularly matter, I don't think, but let's just keep it all nice and even. Nice, so then whoa! Well, it works. Robots from all across the place are now coming through and delivering that. Nice. Okay, so then from here, we should probably invest in a few more of these. Do one there, one there, one there, maybe. That's probably too much. There we go, they can go charge up there. That's really cool. Everyone around the factory is working overtime. Probably need a few more charging ports. So now basically just need to make more roboports for them to just stay glued to, and that kind of forms the main transport line. That's really nice. Okay, have we had any calcite deliveries here at all? Oh wait, yes we have at some point, because these are running. These are actually making circuits. At least some of them have. Not sure what's going on with the iron here. Ah, that needs to be connected. Okay, easy fix. Run over there and place those pipes down. Yeah, it's just down there. Boom. All right, sweet, nice. Okay, and then the next thing we need to do is set up some of these. That just needs power, doesn't it? Which is a slight issue because we haven't actually rigged up any power at all. But thankfully, that is an easy task. There. Chuck one there. One there. And one there. There we go. Cool. So that should make us some low density structures once I get some plastic delivered. This plastic is moving. However, I think we can play around with a hourglass balancer. And then run that across like that. There we go. Probably get rid of some of my plastic now. I would have picked some up, yep. Molten copper is struggling. Look at that. Why are you struggling? Oh, because you're out of... Some of you are out of calcite. Okay, you're not struggling. You're just not connected. Okay, the damn trees. There we go. It is still struggling, but it's better than it was. Let's get this delivered over. Oh, hang on. What happened to the sulfuric acid? Water. They don't have water. Okay. Easy fix. Oh, wait. Yeah, this is a different pipeline. Whoops. That could have been a disaster. Water needs to plug into the outsides over here. Like that. There we go. Sulfuric acid comes around. Blue circuits are coming out now. Then the blue circuits can arrive in here. We need to build a carriage. Cargo wagon. Copy the colors across. Nice. Need a train loader. Where is it? Fast train loader. There we go. Nope, hang on. That needed to go the other way. Yeah, look at that. Oh, that's cool. And then the LDS can come over there. And then probably just connect like this. I don't know what to do with the other side, so we can... Wow. Okay. Sure, that works. Might have gone overboard with the LDS. But that's fine. We can do a quick little belt merger and call it a day. Nice, okay. Last thing to do now is to fuel these guys up and send them on their merry way. Ah, one more thing. We do need a train delivering the rocket fuel. Let's do that real quick. Okay, Rocket Man, you need a color. Make him orangey yellow like the rocket fuel is. You need to fuel up, and then you need to pick up from the rocket fuel. Actually, you need to drop off at the rocket fuel until you have empty cargo. Then you need to pick up from the rocket fuel. Man, it's been so long since I've set one of these up. Fuel supply, wet condition, full cargo. Yep, okay, and then you need a carriage. And that should be that. You just need some fuel. Go. Yeah. It looks like we could do with a charging stop up here. Let's get rid of that one there. Not exactly too thrilled about what's going on here. So for the time being, I'm going to set up one of these. Oh, I need to grab some things. Hang on. Yeah, railgun turret. Let's line it up with railgun turrets. Now, I need to grab some laser turrets. Doesn't look like I have any in this area. Nope. Alright, let's grab some from the electronics factory. The first electronics factory. Still giving us some supplies. It's totally useful. Oh, we can dump some of our wood here too. Here we go. Where are you? There we go. Laser turrets. I'll just grab a stack. Don't need anything crazy. Okay, and then you guys are not to be disturbing my cargo drones. That should hopefully keep them quiet and subdued. Come on, spawn one. Come on, spawn. He's not spawning. They're not spawning. They're scared. They see the turrets and they're like, nah. There we go. That popped one. Nice. Okay, and then what I wanted to do is grab some roboports, probably. Although these are regulars. I don't really want regulars, but we could drop a few here just to get some charging going. So they can make a pit stop in here. Nice. All right, next task. Science packs. So if we change this up. This is 4. This is 5. So we copy the trains. What am I looking for? Actually, no, we can't do the science packs this way. Alright, hang on, let's turn off the spoilage for this. The spoilage inserter, that's just going to be accumulating and hogging all of this. I might locally process the spoilage somewhere around here. But we'll leave that for another time. I think what we need to do next is set up... It's going to have to go somewhere else. We need to set up the trains for the big Giga Lab. We need to set them up probably the same... What the heck has happened here? What the heck is going on here? Why is the artillery train stuck here? Oh god, okay. We gotta go fix that. We got another train jam. But we need to set up the next train stations for the Giga Labs, and that's where I'm going to reroute all of the science to. Which is going to be a bit of a task, but we'll do that today as well. Probably be one of the last things we get done today. Okay, what the heck has happened here? I thought I made 100 train stops. I thought I made 100 train signals. How do we run out of train signals already? Okay, well, that seemed to help. Yep, they're all moving again. Nice. How is our power usage at? Kind of low. Okay, so we got to set up the rest of the Giga trains. That's going to need some heavy duty crafting. So we've done 1, 2, 3, 4. We need to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We need to do 8 more trains. Oh boy, that's going to be a lot. Okay, so we need to do... How to set up around here somewhere? How to set up for making trains? Here we go. Here's the setup. So we need engine units, iron plates. Probably just grab some of these. Iron plates can go in there. Engine units go in there. So each of our Giga trains uses 10 of these big trains. Yeah, each of our Giga trains uses 10 of these locomotives. means we certainly need a lot. My goodness, what is going on there? Oh, the train's gone back to bombing. Oh, no, okay, and then he's had his fun. He's going somewhere else now. Yeah, that's gonna lag us a little bit, but that's fine. Steel. Ooh, we're out of steel. I need a new processing center for legendary ores, I think. Are we even collecting any? Satisfaction 0 out of 10. Thrusty McThrustface is on his way out. Picking up calcite. He's got plenty of iron ore legendaries. So why don't you come back home, buddy? Why don't you come back home and drop those ores for us? Alright, anyway, we got a bunch of steel in here. I can take some of those. Dump our belts back in here. Chuck those in. Chuck those in. We need some more of these. Okay, there's our second one. So that's two. So we need... What did I use? Hang on. Okay, Mark 1 cargo wagons. Mark 1... I don't think those are even legendaries. Hold on a second. Big trains passing through. I love these big trains. Okay, that's a legendary Mark 4. Those are regular Mark 1s. Oh, okay. Kind of don't want to be doing that. God, I need more steel. So much steel. Okay, 5, we need 8, so we need 3 more of those. Okay, we need some legendary engines again for that. And some circuits, which are in short supply. Iron plates. And we need some steel in there. Here we go. Oh god, you need so much steel. Okay, here we go. So that's going to make us the locomotive Mark IV. That's 8 of them. And then we just need the rest of these regular ones. We need 9 per, so 9 times 8. 72. We need 72 of these locomotives, although those are legendaries. Maybe we don't. Maybe we just go for the regular non-legendaries of these. Which is steel plates, electronic circuits, and engines. We have all that over here. That's 13. We need more steel. Need more engine units. More engine units. More steel. How many is that? Still not quite enough. There you go, 71. That'll do. Then we're going to start going to set those up. So we have to assemble them over at the fuel depot so that they can get started and get fueled up. Let's head on up over here. No, not here. Hang on. It's over at Manhattan. Autosave. Here we go. Okay, so first train. Boom. This guy is going to be the military science train. Did I prefix them? Yep, I did. So this is going to be the Black Potion train. No, Black Potion Omega train. There we go. He's legendary. Nice. Interrupt Fuel Omega. And he's going to go and chill at the Black Science Drop-Off Omega. Black Potion Drop-Off. I don't think we have an Omega set up for it. Yeah, we don't. Okay, let's go set that up. How many train stops do I have on me? None. Wow. Okay, we need to make some new ones. Iron plates, iron sticks. There we go. Should be easy to make. In fact, we should have some available to us right down here where the rails were being made. Iron plates, iron sticks. And we need steel. Dang it. Steel, there we go, there's 10, that'll do. Oh, what's going on here? Why have we stopped over here? Oh no. Oh, I need train signals. Okay. Iron plates. I can grab that from here. There we go, there we go. Come on, craft. I still haven't built a more for all of the train signals and the train stop stuff. I've still been manually crafting those because I didn't think I needed it, but maybe I need to build... Oh, hello. Hello. Maybe I need to build a more for rail signals because I am using quite a lot of them now. Okay, we need to segment this off. Artillery train has returned. Welcome back to... Oh. No, he's gone to his next target. Oh, that's going to be a lot. No, 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 go home, go home. What? Go home, buddy. He's on a mission, yeah. He's got a kill warrant. Search and destroy. Can we plug that in there, and then we can plug this in down here. There we go. Let's finish assembling the train stops up north. Damn, yeah, that science really plummeted. Okay, so we have stations. We have this station here. This needs to be. What do we name them? What was that convention? Black Potion. Black Potion Omega. You can set that color to something dark. Actually, it's kind of more of a grey potion, isn't it? Send them to something like that. Yeah, next station. Purple, and then we got yellow. If we remember correctly, this was the P-Jar Omega. Give them a nice yellowish, reddish, tiny little bit. There we go. And the next one was... Oh god, we got a placement here. Next one was the Not Milk Omega. This one could just be straight white. What's next in the list? Orange juice. Wait a minute, no, hang on. This needs to come down here. And then up here it changes to orange juice. Orange juice Omega. Nice little orange color. The next stop, the Eva series. What are these random names? I think they're usernames. This one is the Mountain Dew Omega. This one is going to be lime. Kind of that color. Yeah, I'm kind of getting thirsty now. The next one after that is the Sprite. Not Sprite, the Slurpee. 7-Eleven Slurpees. Slurpee Omega. There we go. Yeah, the next one after that is the Pepsi. Oh my goodness. Pepsi Omega. This one's just straight blue. Cool. And the final one is the Cola Omega. There we go. Yeah. Sweet. Okay, so that's all the train stops ready to go. We do need to plug them all in though. They haven't been, the rail lines haven't been finished yet. Nice, 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 nice. Oh, that's not what we wanted to build. Somehow I think these trees are actually are growing back and erasing the blueprint. Yeah, they are. That's Erasing the ghost blocks. That is so annoying. We make do. Okay, so that's all working. That's all plugged in, ready to go. Where is it? That should be fine. I just need to signal this up. Plug you in there. Nice. That's a chain. Chain signals everywhere. Cool. What the heck is that? Some weird things going on. Okay, cool. I have to build all that later, but the next thing now that the train lines are finally established, next thing now is to assemble the rest of those trains. Come on, bots. Oh god, what's happening to Gleber? They're not happy again. It's a bit of a disaster over there. Down here, isn't it? Okay, train. This guy is the black potion, so what we can do is we can come up here and copy that. Copy the station and paste it on him, and that copies the colors over. And you need some carriages. I have not brought enough carriages over. But anyway, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2. Oh, I'm out. There's meant to be 3 more there. Okay, let's go grab some more wagons. I hope we have more, otherwise I'm gonna have to make some more. Which is a little bit scary because we don't have a great deal of legendary steel left over. Has Thrusty McThrustface dropped everything yet? Why are you not dropping your legendary iron ore? What's going on? Oh, he has been. It's just taken a while. Okay. What's happened here? Oh. Yeah, there's a lot of old infrastructure I'm going to have to go through and start erasing, I think. As we migrate everything over to the new place. I'm going to have to set all these trains to go and pick up from the other calcite station now. Actually, you know what? Let's quickly set that up. You can pick up from calcite, pick up Giga now. And we'll set that up. We need full cargo inventory. I don't think we'll worry about the inactivity. And then we should be able to just find all the other trains. Paste the new rules over. Actually, that rule has already modified the whole group. Okay, that's fine then. Which means this station here is now defunct. We can actually just cut it entirely. Ooh. Okay, that's progress. That's nice. Ah, we got plenty of cargo wagons here. Sweet. Actually, is that enough? I put these back in. How many is that? 233. Yep, I'd say that's enough. 8 trains by 20 is 160. Yeah, that's more than enough. Over here we go. Even with 1000% movement speed bonus, this factory takes forever to traverse. 1, 2, 3. All right, cool. And then we can just copy the colors all the way across the train. And you, sir, can go and head off to your stop. Somewhere. Hang on, where is it? Black Persian. Go. Okay, now I've noticed some of these stations are still inaccessible, which is not fun. Oh, because we got bloody trees growing in the way. The heck? Alright, I gotta go fix that up. Train. 1, 2, oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5. There we go. Big bloody train. Okay. Omega as the interrupt so I can fuel up. This guy is going to be P-Jar Omega. And then he's just going to sit there. Cool. Need to give him a color. I can copy the color over from this area. Nice and yellow. It's not quite as yellow as I wanted it to be, I don't think. Cool. That should set him off. Off he goes. Next train. This one's going to be the not milk train. Not milk omega. Cool. Let's go copy the settings. Copy the color. And here we go. See it with me, chat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. Copy the colors, run it all the way across. And you, sir, are now good to go. Except you can't, because you... Okay, we gotta go fix those rails. There we go, that should let him through now. No, he's still unable to go through. What's going on? Oh, we got another train arriving. Oh, okay. Oh. Damn it, trees. You're so good at hiding. There we go. Now he should be pulling out of the station. There we go. Not sure what this train's doing here. Oh, he's lost a bit of fuel. That's what. Okay. That's fine. Head down there and set up the next train. Why is he spending so much time waiting? I need another signal. Yeah, I need another signal. Okay. There we go. He's gonna get fueled up. And off he goes. No, he's not. Oh boy. Okay, how do we signal this up? Yeah, that's exiting. That's exiting. That's exiting. God, this is a mess. I'm lucky I'm wearing mech armor. Get a chain signal. That's entering. That's entering. Somebody just died. That's entering, and we might do a chain signal here. Oh god. I can feel that, holy. Oh, it's down here. We're finally getting rid of this. Yeah, but that's not what I want. I need you. I wish we could tell trains to head back to a station and then stop there. That would be really nice. Otherwise, you have to add this whole thing of like passenger present, and then he can go, and then you just gotta like remove that when you want him to go automatically again. It's really annoying. Yeah, but there we go. That's just annihilated a whole bunch of these guys. That is hilarious. Annihilated our frame rate too. Time to build the next train. Fuel Omega. This one is going to be the... What is the next one? The orange juice. Orange juice train. I just realized I haven't actually been naming the trains, which is not good. Have I been naming them Omega Train? Yes, I have. Omega Train. Okay, and then we can copy the settings. Onto him. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. And then we should just be able to copy the color again. And we can send him on his way. Wait a minute. Have I just renamed the group? No, okay, that's its own thing. I gotta change this. I made a bit of a mistake. Orange juice omega. There you go. Auto. And away he goes. Nice. Okay, let's place the next train down. Omega. This guy is going to be the... What came? I think it was the Mountain Dew. Mountain Dew came next. Omega train, there we go. One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Whoa. 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Rinse and repeat. Just a few more to go, chat. Only a few more. We can send that train on its way. Okay, this is going to be the Slurpee Omega train. Omega lol. Fuel Omega. Slurpee Omega is inaccessible. Why are you inaccessible? What's the matter? Oh, god damn it. Goddamn true. Wait, hang on. No, that wasn't it. Wait, what? Oh, we got some train signaling problems. In that I haven't train signaled. Whoops. Wait, hang on. No, he's connected up to here. Oh, and then that connects up at the end. I forgot to put a signal at the end of these stations. Whoops. Let's stick some of those in. Yeah, they're already here. So I had the good practice on some of these stations, just not all of them. Put one there, put one there. One there, and finally one there. Then we're gonna go place those. Great. Whoa, we got a backup of trains going on here. Put you there, put you there. We have a couple down here we need to place. There we go. Yep, he's pulling into the station now. He's heading to the next one. There we go. Nut milk has arrived. Mountain Dew is still pending. Okay, we need to sort that out. Ah, dang it, we're out of rail signals. No. Okay, while we're here, why is Slurpee Omega not accessible? I'll clear some of these trees. Why can't you get to your station? That looks fine to me. Oh, here we go. Nice. Problem solved. And then I need to get some more iron plates to make some more rail signals. There we go, there's another 20. Might as well assemble this train while we're waiting. Yep, that's not red anymore, so he can go. That's good. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Come on. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's it. Then we need to copy the settings. Copy that. Paste it down here. There we go. Slurpee train's ready to go. Off you go. Time for the next one. This is going to be Pepsi bottles, I believe. Yep, Pepsi bottles are next. Pepsi Omega train. You're going to head to the Pepsi Omega. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, oh, 2, 3. One, two, three, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is really going to stress test this whole train network to see whether or not my rails can actually support this many large trains at this size without a total complete traffic jam. Okay, that's the Pepsi train done. Off you go. One more train to assemble. One more mega train. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, oh, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. That's that train. You are Cola Omega. Cola Omega train. Color, I need to turn that off. Nice, off he goes. Now we gotta fix up those train signals and then we're pretty much done. All the trains are ready to go. The last thing would be to build a landing site at the cargo, at the spaceport. Okay, what's going on here? We need to break this up. Yep, that needs to break up. That needs to break up. That needs to break it up, and that already has. We can break these up here as well, just to allow the trains to pass through on the really long stretches. Sweet, and that should be sorted. Yeah, so as I was saying, the last thing we need to do now is basically just build one of these things all the way back here. We'll probably have a little loading zone over here somewhere that I can set up later. But that's going to be for another time because I am out of time for today's stream. It's been quite a long one with lots of little mini disasters like this. But yeah, thank you all so much for hanging around and watching. I hope you all enjoyed. Thank you to those who subbed. Those were amazing. Those are amazing. Thank you very much. The next stream will be Sunday for half of you, Monday for the other half of you. So take care until then. And if you want to know more about the schedule, or if you want to just hang out, I'm pretty active on the Discord server as well. There it is if you want to join it up. But yeah, other than that, thank you all so much for watching and hanging around. Hope you enjoyed. And I will catch you all in the next stream. See you then.